hard decisions to make. We worry about the impact that these decisions will have on others, and we all fear making the wrong decision. We know, however, that when we seek your wisdom, you will provide it. You know the problems before us, and you actually know how it turns out. So trust you today to fill us with your plan for our lives, take our fears, take our confusion, and replace it with your amazing wisdom. Amen.
Amen. And before we pledged our flag today, let's remember tomorrow, 911. We all remember years ago what we were doing. It was that memorable. So as we say our pledge today, let's keep that fervent energy in us. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Okay. I wanted to let the council know that I finally filled my grant deputy position after a long time of looking through applications and everything. And so, I'm sorry, Leah, but Leah Miller is sitting in the back. She has a royal blue shirt on. And I just wanted to introduce you. So I said she could sit in here because she's going to be doing the grant stuff. So to get an idea on kind of how the meetings flow and what she'll be looking for.
Welcome aboard, Leanne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You wanted to scare her that bad the first day?
I'm not letting her stay in the budget session. I'm only letting her sit in on this.
That straight burns.
Good morning. We need money. We've exhausted our translator budget. We are 270 in the hole. And Cheryl's best guess is we need $6,500 to finish the year out. Sure. Yeah, that's not much we can do. We have a number of translations in the pipeline. We set them for certain dates, so we know we've committed to that much. Day to day, we never know, but we'll sure we'll use all of the 6,500 if you give it. That's it.
I have it back there in the books. Remember what we budgeted for the year to begin with?
Let's see. I think, well, I'll give you a bunch of stuff. I think we had 6,500 in the budget. But no, I don't.
8,000.
How much? 8,000?
8,000, and they've doubled the request for 2025.
Yep.
So I went and looked at their stuff this
There's
morning.
been some talk about how we might tackle this in the future going forward with the increased need.
Well, it does seem to be increasing. That's the trouble. And faster than we anticipated. I think we doubled our translation budget from 2 years ago to this year, and we're out already. So
Yeah. I remember in our conversations last year that number. At some point in time, we need more, we're gonna come ask.
I'll second it.
So. Any further questions or discussion?
I'd just like to say that maybe the federal government should be giving us some tax relief on that.
Maybe even some help at the state level.
Here we go. Didn't take long for that. 9:05, let me write that down. 9:05. Where's Mike at when you need him?
just a second.
All in favor, raise your right hand. 7. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks.
Have a great day.
Which fee gonna be here?
Trial this morning
Yeah, that's right.
or hearings or something.
We've got a request for $600 added to travel for mandatory appearances to pay current and future claims.
He has, I think he has 3 or 2. He has 2.
So, yeah. We can take them together if you want. We've got $10,000 request for jury pay. It's another one of those things that just goes in waves.
I'm okay with taking both of them together.
Okay.
I move to approve.
I have a second.
Christina? Any further discussion? Not all in favor, raise your right hand. 7. Jason?
Forward to EMA.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll move forward to the EMA request. Hey. Morning.
Good morning. What I have for you for this morning, consideration for an authorization to apply for a grant. It's the same grant that we applied for 3 different items. If you recall, last year I came before the council, also applying for this grant. This is the grant that paid for the commodity flow study that we have had completed and it is returned to us. We are in the process of reviewing that and intend to present it to the commission and the council in October. So you guys will have the eyes on what that study actually shows. It's pretty interesting comparing to the one that was done 8 years ago. This grant, again, it's the Hazard Materials Emergency Preparedness Grant. We can apply for as many as we want to, up to $20,000. It is a reimbursable, 100% reimbursable grant. This year, we are seeking to apply for a grant to hold another Incident Command 300-400 class, a emergency vehicle or an electronic vehicle, alternative fuel vehicle class, and also help pay for our 2025 LAPC exercise, which we will do a full-scale exercise, boots on the ground, actually exercising something as part of a 3-year workshop, tabletop this year, exercise next year, collaboration with LaGrange County. The ICS 300-400 is estimated to cost $3,500. That's what we'll be applying for. We will be using the same vendor that we did this year. We held the class this year. It filled quickly. There were 14 different agencies represented from various number of counties, including Allen and St. Joe. So this year, the goal is to tailor more towards the volunteer fire service. And so those individuals that cannot attend daytime classes like we did, the LAPC exercise, we're asking for $6,000 to cover the estimated $12,000 to do the full scale. LaGrange County is also asking for $6,000. So we'll be a true partnership 50-50. And the EVAFV class, we put out quotes or asked for quotes from different vendors, ranging anywhere from just over $4,000 up to $15,000, and found a vendor that will do a hands-on class as well as in-class instruction. That's coming from Fairfax, Virginia. It is one that Fort Wayne Fire used that is just over $6,000 plus freight is what we'll be asking for. Those are the three grants that we're seeking for today.
At what point does the reimbursement come with being all different programs?
So the money, if once approved, the money becomes available October 1 of this year and then closes September 30, 2025. So the invoice for the current HMEP grant has been received and we're in the process of getting that check to the vendor. And then once we have that, we can submit funds. So that we'll be closing that grant out this month.
You say last year's was the commodity flow study.
Yes.
It took pretty much a full year to get through that then.
So there was, if you remember, there were some hiccups. We wanted to do all of the state roads. And the estimated cost was 37,000-ish. The grant, we wrote 2 grants for that one to cover the full cost. The state denied one of the 2, so we had to have it retailored. So we had to resubmit for a bid for a quote on that one and then schedule with them. So it was delayed in getting the study done. That's why that one has taken so long. These other ones, I'm not anticipating that they're going to take as long. As a matter of fact, I'm currently working with the instructor for the 300, 400. It is possible that this one may be completed yet this year under the grant. He's given me some November dates. We will know by October 1st if we're approved. So if we're approved, we may push that one through yet this year. Our year, not the state's fiscal year.
These do go in the red until we get the money back, and because they're a grant, the state's okay with that. So that's how that'll work. So don't just spend it, we'll put it in red, and then we'll reimburse the funds.
Understood. That's in your packet.
Let's have the agenda. I opened the.
Go to the one Kelly sent early. She sent the whole packet about a week early because we had budgets.
Oh, I
That one's got the
apologize. I
full
didn't
packet.
look that far back. It's like my agenda is only 2 pages.
All right, share screen with you if you want. Any further questions for Lee? Bill?
Second.
Yes. Further discussion? Favor, raise your right hand.
That was for all 3, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I also may take just a moment, since Jason's not here, and it was mentioned that tomorrow is 9/11. Not many people know, but as I was sorting through documents shortly after I started almost 2 years ago, I stumbled upon some certifications and letters of notice that were then submitted to, I believe it was Bill Brown, indicating willingness to go join in the effort in New York City. And 2 people in the room today are represented in that stack of individuals. Our own Councilmember Hard, I have a paperwork with his certifications and willingness to go. And Commissioner Howard also had paperwork and willingness and submitted to go. So just wanted to thank the both of you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I still have those papers. Not throw them away.
Sheriff's not here either, I think. Yeah, can we do that? Okay, I was gonna jump back to that anyway.
Yep. He's tied up in non-administrative duties at the moment.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
So anyways, he's been utilizing a large amount of part-time medics as opposed to having full-time folks in place. So he just wants to adjust to up his part-time budget from already appropriated employees.
This a projection for the rest of the year? Well,
Saves on overtime.
Further comments or questions? Motion.
I make a motion to approve the transfer of funds requested from the EMT medic line to the part-time.
second it.
Bill? Further discussion? None, all those in favor, raise your right hand. No?
Thank you.
Thank you. So we got two requests from the sheriff's department. One's $28,000 additional for fuel.
He is out of town until later in the week. He was invited to be a guest speaker too. In regards to jail security.
Here's what causes extra, or that much extra from what we budgeted for fuel costs are down.
In conversation with him, he had increased his budget last year based on expectancy of the fuel station. So we left it alone going into 2025. And these are the projected costs taken into the end. He said he came back last year at the same time and asked for roughly that same amount. That was his short and simple explanation to me.
Yep. I hate to say it this way, but have to fund it. So it's his department to run and watch that.
Motion?
That was just the,
That was just the 28 cal.
and Rick?
Yep. Okay, any further discussion?
It's on the road.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Out of two different departments. Sorry. Personal line items, we have a total of $58,000 requests for overtime.
They're actually coming out of salaries. Is that because he just had his positions completely full the whole year? Is that why there's no?
That'd be the number one question I'd want to ask him. There's obviously room for some reason, so. Usually when they're unfilled positions, pushes the ones that are there towards overtime.
He does have an open position presently. Because
In confinement,
not sure about confinement, but he does have an open position on the merit side of it. Meaning in the sheriff's office itself, with the opening of a detective spot. So
looks like he's got one in each here.
confinement, I'm not sure of.
I think if I got out those huge spreadsheets, there was one that was open, one that was highlighted that said opened.
In which?
In confinement.
In confinement.
In confinement. In confinement, I think they were down. They're down one.
I think it was 2 in confinement,
They're two.
checking, and 1 deputy.
Thank you, Erin.
Those are the only notes.
That would explain the overtime.
So-
But it also explains why he isn't asking for an additional appropriation, why he's asking for a transfer.
Yes, utilizing the money he has.
Yes.
That's what they put on there.
She's got a little more note on hers. Oh, no, is there? Yep. Okay, we got it. So overtime in the event of potential critical incident, overtime for special detail. On the deputy salary one. So I'd say let's take those together.
I will make a motion to, are you ready? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am.
I will make a motion to approve the transfers presented from 10603 to 14,000 and 11,400 to 14,000.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Oh, Any further discussion? None, all those in favor, raise your hand. So on the agenda printed today, got the aviation board. Kelly with the grant proposal.
He was gonna be here, but you guys have flown through this. So, because I told him 9:40.
Yeah, so let's jump down, and take care of some other business. And we can take care of the council travel budget. Kelly, you want to give a little back stuff on that?
I'm very grateful that we have a council board that goes to so many meetings because I hear from all the auditors that they get so frustrated that their boards do not attend. So I'm very grateful for that. However, we did cut you guys back last year, or you guys cut yourselves back last year, and it was just too short. So it'll take about another $5,000 to get you guys through the end of the year to pay for everything you have coming up.
How many of us are, I know I'm not going to this fall one, but how many do we have attending the?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 7.
You're kind of like.
Lisa, maybe.
I'd like to get another bite.
That is on live stream.
I will need to know, as soon as you know, if you're not gonna go so that we can get the cancellation done for the hotel and stuff.
We were just notified last Friday of the situation, so I'm
Okay.
gonna try to do a spreadsheet of family and see if I have any coverage
Okay,
to be gone.
yep, I got yours taken care of. So as soon as you.
I will let
Yep, just as soon as you know, it'd be great.
Okay. Anybody care to make a motion to fund that line item? Bill?
I'll second.
Can I just say, by us allowing us to go to those things, I've learned so much. I would still be crying looking at things at home if we didn't have those trainings to go to.
Breakout sessions are hugely valuable, but the networking part of it is maybe even more so because the right people are in the room here we need for Steuben County.
Yeah.
And we all have our marching orders when we head down there with what's our biggest items that we need help with. And we get to get in here to those folks and tell them why.
That's how we get them to come here for meetings. Rush the counter and say, hey, I would really love your cell phone number.
And you know what? They give it to you.
They do. It's really hard when you're face to face to say no.
We'll have like even our district meetings or Northeast District meetings. I would say we're the only council that had all 7 members attend. I think that was like the first.
Stage to coup.
Yes. Well, that was at a different. Yes.
Okay, so motion and second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Commissioner Howard, would you talk to us about your fund request from Steuben?
Certainly. Kelly?
He didn't even stand up. I didn't stand up.
I believe, let me read. So when we approved the additional $10,000 at the last council meeting, that was coming out of ARPA funds for the IT director.
Yes.
We forgot to include FICA and perf. So there will be plenty within that dollar amount. Let me take it out. Let me ask Ian real quick. What is that? Sorry, just making sure. All right, I was correct in my thinking.
8950.
The 8950. Within that 10,000, there's plenty to cover but we have to get it in the right line.
So it's a shuffle.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Rick.
Second.
Lisa? Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Move down to other business. Tackle our item number 1 when we're done. In front of you, we have our monthly comparison reports, financial statements. August.
I didn't have those ahead of time to be able to send them when I sent the packet because I sent it so far in advance.
So we can table those, and adopt them next month. I did get a chance to review them this morning, but given how we did, so.
The commissioners have not seen these either. They are for their next meeting.
I take the motion to table them.
Well, no, you can't also, because we're not editing these, we're just saying that we've been supplied, we've seen them. If you don't want to table them. Just.
If you guys, I would say if we've had the opportunity to see them and comment. Question, I don't know if I had that opportunity. Let's make that a note.
Bring them back.
Go back next month. You know when we received this?
Maybe. If I. Here is not, did I have it in the packet?
Right at the bottom, okay.
Yep.
So in your packet, Community Corrections, August monthly financial report. 2/3 of the way through the year, so compared to 2/3 of the way through the budget, on revenues and expenditures. It's not called revenues, project income. I don't see anything that's a percentage. That's been provided. We've got an outstanding tabled item, Brett Hayes, Community Corrections from August for the purchase of the 2 gases, the miscellaneous supplies.
I've not seen him bring that back around yet.
Hasn't come back around. Yep. That might get handled in the next meeting.
I'm not sure that you guys have this one. This is just our monthly, and I did make some copies for you guys. I don't think you had it.
Health insurance claim.
Yeah.
Morning, Chip.
Yeah.
Morning. You got next, if you don't mind, we're on a little ahead of schedule. Give us just 1 second here to get through this health insurance claim.
The monthly. Same as always, they make us present it, the statement. Present it.
Like every month
Signature.
has been like,
The same one.
one's down, one's up.
Wasn't last month like 479,000?
I don't have the history in front of me, but, and I don't know if Aaron would remember or not.
Sometimes they're like 150.
I don't remember what scene.
Last month was like 479,000.
Health insurance claims?
Are you talking about claims?
Yeah.
Sorry, for some reason, that's just.
So at the end of August, the biweekly claims was 644,000. That was what the claims request was.
That's this one.
That's what I had.
And
You know
the
what the previous
It's
one
in
was?
July.
previous one, the July. Second. 415,8953.
Still got something up there, Tony. Good job. Started with the right numbers. All right. Welcome the motion to fund those claims.
I'll say,
Rick. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All's in favor, raise your hand. Done. Chip, I'll just say I saw striping.
Well, I thank everyone for letting me get on this agenda. The state of Indiana has issued a special call for projects. It is on September 3rd. And one of the available projects is road striping. So Commissioner said I can look into it and see if I can get on this meeting and just kind of help me make the meeting. It is a highway safety improvement project, so it's a 90-10 split. They have this new short form that they're doing for these types of maintenance projects because what they want is projects that can be done and turned around in less than 2 years, which my plan would be to use funds to help offset some of the roads, the funding for some of the roads that we were planning on striping next summer anyway. Not every road that we plan to stripe is eligible. They have to meet a certain classification of the federal highway system. So roads we would be looking at would be Old 27 going south from the city to 800 south, Bell Fountain. County Road 500 south for a mile. That's classified high enough going east from Bell Fountain. 800 south going from 27 Hamilton. County Road 200 north from Angola to Old State Road 1. A portion of Ray Road at 750 north from Fremont to 575 east, and County Road 575 east from 750 north of Michigan. The total amount that project is estimated at for striping, most of it's getting set up, center line and edge line would be $83,932.97. It would be a 90-10 split, so if awarded, we can receive up to $75,539.66. And our match would be $8,393.38, which I would pay out of what I had budgeted for road striping. And then I would go do more road striping with the remaining funds. This is a new grant and they have a new process. So when they originally set out the stuff, they said it was going to be in advance, but now they're talking about running it like a standard construction project where I paid them my match and then they issue the amount. Either way, they're still going to be paying. It's basically getting paid up front and then balance, where I have to pay NDOT our portion and then run the project and then get refunded or they pay us. Because it's a new grant and they only gave themselves 30 days to get everything together. But these are all roads that we were already planning on striping. So it's worth it to $75,000.
Chip, to the commissioners, you say
They told me I had to start here, but we didn't get the notice until last commissioners meeting, so I had to have all the paperwork done. So now I could submit to them next week. And
Yes, we had verbal approval for them.
gotcha. How long does the striping last?
2 years.
Something about, they had like a super expensive
Yes.
one that you can put down that lasts longer, but
So And typically, once I'm paving a new road, there's 3 types of striping material that is generally used and accepted in the state of Indiana. The first one is waterborne paint, and that's what I'm proposing using here. And it is a type of paint that is mixed with water, so it breaks with environmental break. It's hot. The water evaporates, it gets sticky, it dries. We put glass beads in it. That's what actually makes it reflective. Typically that lasts 2 years. The next one, which is the most bang for your buck, it's called a multi-component. It used to be called epoxy. That's great. Favorite type. Lasts 7 years. It's the most cost effective, but sometimes when it becomes a scheduling issue, we have a lot of road work planned. So like these roads, we're maintaining pretty well. The nice part about knowing it's 2 years, and after 2 years, if I come chip seal, you didn't lose it. You didn't pay for that extra stuff. And these are all roads that could be on the chip seal list. So you're not losing any money there. If you're building a brand new road and you have the grant money to go do thermal epoxy, thermoplastic, it's great. Thermoplastic can last 10 to 12 years, but you have to group it in this area in the state of Indiana. To fill up the files personally. So if you're not grooving it in, it's a waste of money.
About the new 200 North Road, what are you putting on that? About striping.
I'm pretty sure I have to go back and look. So I'm 3 projects from that one already. It's either going to be a multi-component, or I know we had the grooving machine out there, so we might have had it grooved in. But I have to look to tell you I just came off courthouse paving project, so that's all that's in my head right now. And it's great.
You're still waiting on some third party work to get done out there before you can talk about a date?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, auditor has a question.
I just wonder, what fund are you pulling that from? You said you already had it.
1176.
Thank you.
Last quote in the program you found.
Yeah, it'd been nice if they gave us more than a little over 30 days.
Motion fund this grant. Ruth? Rick? Any further discussion, comments, or questions for our highway engineer?
What is striping under 1176?
It's under paint. Or at least it was in the old budget. He might have recoded it.
You can change some of the names.
Because our painting in here is only $275.
It'll be in next year's budget.
I am looking at the 2025 budget.
So I budgeted like 150,000 or.
So it must be building repairs and maintenance. That's the only thing that's over 100,000 in there that isn't.
It should be 1176. Oh, it used to be a 2,000 line item and 531. So it'd be 1176, 531. Something, and they could have recoded it as a 3,000 series instead of the 2,000 series.
That's the only one that has room.
Yeah, it's not in either of those in the 25 budget.
I've been trying to make notes from the new stuff
When
on
we
what it
switched to the
is.
new system and the way they reworded things, it's been playing a little catch up.
If you need to look at the binder, you can use much of. There's 1135.
Check.
Ann's trying to find it on the computer also. How do you guys know they change
So,
words on us?
so 1176 under the 2,000 series, 2000-0023, and you get your 5 zeros. Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong one again.
It's like, I don't have.
2,000. I mean, 200, 370. You get your 5 zeros paint. Budgeted for 150,000.
For under 1160, 1176?
1176.
It's on page 59.
Oh, I'm on page 58.
Page 59.
Oh, they got 2,000s up there and then they got 2,000s down here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have 3 separate. It's got
I apologize. I looked at the top of 1176. It goes through
There's a
what?
2000s category at the top of it too, under 530. So that was highway administration. That's why, yeah, okay.
This one. No, go ahead.
Yeah, under maintenance and repair subcategory. Okay. Thank you for that, Jeff. Okay, all right. Any further comments, questions, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. 7. Thank you for, putting down on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
This is 940. To take the aviation board.
An R&R.
We did have, Ann and I had a meeting with the airport on grants and how they are processed and how you have to get approval for each one, commissioners and council. I did expect Cheryl to be here, but I don't know if something came up or.
Lisa's our liaison, right?
You didn't message me or anything.
Didn't say anything?
Is this the one about the
Excuse me, if I may.
Sure. Commissioner Shaw.
I texted her and she wasn't aware that she was supposed to be here. I apologize. If you need her here, so something doesn't fall through the.
Can I ask her if we tabled this for a month, if it would impact the grant timing?
I will.
Oh, that's all right.
With this meeting going on, you'll be going into recess, correct?
Yes.
Would you like to meet her later is that a possibility? Or I can
So what would you do in this situation?
Well, not sure that it's going to impact, and from Ann's reactions, I think it might. So if she would be willing to come in to get the information into our hands, I think it would be very much appreciated.
Commissioner Howard has something to add.
We can also, we can recess this meeting and go into our budget and come back, so.
that's what I was inquiring about.
Commissioner Howard?
I'll let council make that decision, but it does have some time significance to it.
Okay, let's do that. Let's just postpone that discussion for a bit later this morning.
Let's see if I can.
Thanks. Thank you. Commissioner Sheldon.
Do we have something on that? Yeah.
I didn't
Go
see
for it.
anything.
It's, when I sent that, I did not have it. Let me get with Abby because she might have it for the meeting.
Okay.
Because I know they sent it, but it was like a thick packet. So I will, you guys want to finish up with the additional preparation and then I will get with Abby. So that'd be great.
So that resolution with the additional. We covered everything on that.
appropriation.
Just the additional, whatever we did. We'll have to-
Magistrate Burns for 6,500. We had Judge Fee for 610,000.
Everybody have that in front of them? Additional appropriation resolution. For today's
It'll be on
date.
your computer.
Be on our computer.
Yeah. Here it is.
Second to the bottom. Item. All those that we approved 7-0 today.
On page 18.
So I'd welcome a motion to approve the resolution for that.
And I will second it.
Christina. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Just quick note then, unless there's anything else to come before council. just on your conference. Welcome everybody to make their list of things they'd like to have conversation about down there. Go, and we've talked several times on this board about, our legislators talking about tax reform and the impact on Steuben County, it's being property tax heavy, fair bills, gas taxes for the roads, some new potential energy going in the right direction for us. With Indianapolis now saying that, viewing themselves as a donor county on fuel, all pass through traffic. Courts, we're teeing it up to be eligible for a public defender office. State support on that, especially with the misdemeanor and stuff. Helping funding the courts situation in general, translators and all those things. So anything else you guys want to add to it? But I welcome some follow-up conversation when we reconvene next time.
There's a legislative committee meeting on Friday at 2 for anybody who wants to jump on and.
That's Rick Raines.
Rick Raines.
Tony.
I was wondering, is there any point of contact that we could get in front of when we go down for the AIC for the PD situation?
I am not 100% sure because my contacts are probably different than others that you may talk about. Because I talked to the Public Defender Commission, and I don't know if they attend those or not.
Is there a way you can find out?
Yeah.
Maybe let us know that.
I can reach out to Derek.
Maybe set up a meeting if they are. Get them and talk and kind of maybe get some insight. If
Yeah.
It's not stepping on anybody's toes.
Good part is in our council breakout sessions, when we have those, bring those issues up, and some of those people might have the contact information we're looking for to get a hold of.
Correct? If someone's gonna be already down there and we can set up a meeting instead of having to step, we can just go right straight to that.
Very good. Okay, Commissioner Shelton might have an update for us.
Yes, thank you. She once again apologizes and she'll be here by 10:30 if that will suit you.
Fantastic. So is there anything else to come before this council on agenda items?
This wasn't on the agenda. It was just an email that Aaron copied me on. I think it came from the Tri-State Airport, so I think it came from the Aaron out there. Where Lisa had inquired why they increased the gas and diesel line item. And so there is an answer for that on here. I don't know if you want to read that or.
We can handle that when we go into session then.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you for getting that.
Thank you.
Anything else? No.
That's all I
Good.
have. Yep, that's all I have.
Well, next
Sweet.
will be ending this meeting and then reconvening budget sessions.
We need to be in recess.
Yeah,
If you want to
recess.
open it back up, we don't want to end it.
Correct.
Go in
That's right.
recess.
Thank you. Yep. Need a motion to recess this meeting,
Motion.
Lisa?
Second.
Bill? Okay, so we're in recess. We'll take a 10-minute break, come back at 10 o'clock.
Bless you.
And our readings, do they need to happen in our
First.
council meeting or in the budget?
Budget meeting. Yep.
Okay. All right,
Comments,
so,
yeah.
Don't be that portion of the public meeting.
okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll reconvene. Yes.
Fire and fire.
Right, start, Rick.
From the county.
We just have to do something for our council.
I'm thinking even longer.
Before you read.
They don't know about that.
Wait, I'm not on good yet.
Or is that it?
We just passed it, and this commission, this was kind of with the seed before it wasn't on this
Yes,
one, but I
it's
think they
about
have
there.
to appropriate the budget first.
They had a sweater on.
Probably would.
Really projects, I'm sure that.
Yeah.
Nope.
Thank you.
That's okay, it's new.
Well,
And I've had no.
I will be correspondence.
Thank you.
Right there. They're fine. I have to figure out.
yeah, you sent me the letter.
Yes.
That just let us know that.
Need enough amount.
Oh, really? We've asked the council.
Is this the fence thing?
More work.
So we did get some communication on it.
I don't know if that's.
She didn't get this grant herself. We got the story.
Yeah, I can say we heard.
Yes.
Yeah, their portion of it.
I don't understand the big football, what should I call it?
I really
Big
understand.
football, fantasy football.
I really
It's a big
understand.
deal. I know, it's a big deal in my family. Every Monday or every Tuesday, it's like an argument. Hey, you should not have this many emotions over something.
They're calling this on football. And so it's like a few minutes before you know, no, it's at school. He won last night.
You want, I know.
I'm like, well, I'm sure somebody will tell them at school.
Yeah, problem.
Yeah.
You know.
Just be fine. Hey. So,
Yes.
you look with opioid settlement money?
Oh, we need to cut that term.
Yeah.
I was just
Before we
asking.
get to this house, I'll see.
I want to get things smoothed out for them out there, any process. I want to get things smoothed out.
Well, it's already been about pensioners.
Yes.
Yes.
So we just,
I had,
we can cut straight from it. We don't need to do an additional appropriation.
Give them the 10.
I'll have to look into that.
Okay.
Because they haven't been awarded.
No.
My question was more of a tentative question, since this is like a,
First thing.
it happens every year. So I can get some notes in our systems and how to,
All that's been.
who we ask and when and how. To make the money available.
I
So-
think we passed with the duration of the. I followed up on that. The funds.
So let us,
I think we wanted to talk to Don. Isn't that kind of work?
possibly, I forgot, when I do budgets and.
And then, yeah.
Understood.
Because that's, if that's how it would work, so then we're not going to appropriate, that's probably what, let's ask Don. And then if we do, we can do it each year.
So it would be appropriated after you get the money from the state.
Right. Right. So, and we never know
Don't
how much
approve money
money
that you're not actually
Yeah,
getting from,
right.
we're not asking for anything extra. Right, if it doesn't come from the state, it shouldn't come to the community.
So are we talking about what we have now?
Right, but just the restricted portion, just everything we have now, we're giving to them, and then they're going to take it and
Everything's restricted.
everything restricted. We are keeping all unrestricted. You know, let us get with our county attorney on the statute on that. And I can ask auditors too, if he doesn't have all the information on it.
It's modeled exactly after a process that's happening in Huntington County, if that helps at all.
Yeah.
It's been in this process for 2 years, I think, so.
You got Huntington? Yeah, okay. So she's
No
got that.
problem.
Yeah, thank you for reminding us on that.
And what about the Sheets Family Park money? That last month's council meeting?
Two, for 250.
I'll say that they came in a late. I'm not sure if that's when the council voted. I have to check.
It was, because I know Carmen was here, because I was on, I couldn't attend the meeting.
That's okay.
She said it was on last, it was on August council's agenda, and was approved at the August council meeting.
So we just need to send that down. Let me double check it on my additional appropriation sheet, because I would have done an additional appropriation for that one already.
As we're learning.
My shirt.
Multiple projects.
Yeah, you too, bud.
Money that we can actually spend. So,
Need it.
We can have all the approvals in the world, but that doesn't pay a contractor. Fun fact. So, I'm learning. And it's world of like money, like. It's really good scam. Never actually touch it. It just goes from an account to an account. Because I'm not allowed to touch the money like at all. Foundation, so I just like things on a computer. Is that real? Or is that a pledge? Like, there's always like these little differences. Exactly.
Really well checked on that. We did really get
Those
that.
are
Yes. Yeah, if that sheets one has been through.
Yeah.
Should be able to put that right away.
Oh, yeah, I heard, I will say that I did $100. We have a went up. I will. Did you realize the minute you talked, the minute you talked to me? That's actually done. Every person gets us.
Her name is Ross.
One of my deputies just did. People from the state. So,
And we're doing the same process.
One by one, your names start getting pulled out.
And then designated it for student focused groups. So that's our community foundation purpose group.
There's a process, they will have it.
I think that helps with any concerns about why the foundation.
I don't think.
I actually wanted to leave that at our table. It's just funny.
How far?
What are you doing with this money? Things that day. So do you know anything about this? Is this anything you can help with? And I was like, yes, obviously. So.
I have to grab.
Have fun with budgeting.
Oh.
Well, yeah, love.
You got your extra screen.
I know. It was my anniversary gift from my husband.
I like it.
He was just like, here you go. I was like,
That's awesome.
I'm taking it forward. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I have to choose.
Mine's off. Yeah.
I did everything up to it.
Right up there.
But it's difficult when you're remote.
Combine our meeting one day in Johnson.
It's like you're not.
Because I can't.
Yes. It's been a good one.
Hi, Shelley Herbert. Ben, how are ya?
Sorry, I'm.
How was summer?
Summer was great. I'm over for you. Sorry to interrupt you.
There's that you can mirror them or you can have it.
It was about
Yeah. You want to have it. That's so funny.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So I could.
Yes.
Kids.
Just that.
Where you gotta pay?
At the clerk's office. I don't have cash. I'm so sorry.
That's what we have to read. That's.
Yeah.
Straight up.
There's
Sinus. Feel stuff. Coming.
It's up to you.
Allergies or just from your
We're gonna get a blanket.
Let me check it.
I'm gonna grab a couple more things.
Yeah, it's not what we gotta- yeah.
you don't.
That was in that too.
It's good. Okay, Grandma, maybe I'll understand that when I'm 50 years old.
Yeah.
You do.
Yep. Think we need this, do we?
Need nice face again.
Right, Tommy. That's right.
Did I see that part of the airport received a grant from the fence out?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna be
See
discussing.
that somewhere?
That's what we're gonna be talking about here.
Where we've seen that.
Where's nine?
He threw in an email to us.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I'm trying to scratch my head thinking, I know I've seen it. Where did I see it?
5% paid by us. Oh, we're talking about the fence there.
My backpack got about 10 pounds heavier after last week.
I went through Friday.
He texted me.
After that, I promise.
We followed this. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, he's been around a long time. Fun loves money.
Don't wear my readers for a while.
I say, see ya. Bye.
Everything's really blurred for a second, so like a few minutes later, my mind's gone. It's better than the alternative. Don't whisper it.
It's called what, Rick?
Age.
And he called you old.
It's serious crap. That's serious.
You know, Bill,
What goes around comes around.
so Bill, what are you chiming in now? You just gotta be a part of this?
I'm just-
Bash Brothers?
No bashing. I'm just stating a comment that was made earlier that somebody referred to you as old.
Okay. So,
Hey, guess what? Will brought donuts.
yeah. Is there any keto donuts in there?
Yes, right there.
Yeah, where?
I see it here.
Yeah.
I go into a diabetic coma.
There's keto cookies.
I know. There's Krispy Treat.
Ah.
Sugar doesn't come along. Fridge, because they're very sticky, but then when you get them out of the fridge, they're like really hard, so. But I
Do they
bought
taste the
sugar,
same?
yeah, well, I added vanilla to it too, 'cause sugar-free,
Ew.
marshmallow, and a little bit of butter. And I brought the bunch of Rice Krispies. Send it to Kristen. Okay.
You said just the front page, right, Dan? On that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And did you want to add it into that?
Don't we see the quick second? It's nice.
Yeah.
Not only, and that's with files grabbing to come out. So that means the next step.
Might be in my Peter's folder.
I mean, you take yours out there, Martin. You said sign up for that right now.
He's just gonna get cake on
Same course.
Well, what something brought you? Yeah. Balance. Little things make your hands kind of, you know?
I'm gonna go copy that.
Go ahead and scan.
I don't. Can you send it to me? Might have it.
Oh, this is lit, it's public safety, like I did.
It's
5% overlay mark, the right one.
Sheet you gave me.
Yeah, probably.
Which one is that?
Awesome. Yeah, that looks.
It's gonna be
So many years.
I gotta go find the cheat sheet.
Yes.
Our 5% match in this, is it already in the budget?
I think it was already in the budget, because it was supposed to have started.
Amy gave me a cheat sheet.
Yeah.
So it's already there.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure,
We can go back in
I'm
there.
gonna work very hard, my goal for this next year is that we don't add anything to our budget.
Oh, I know. We've talked about that with all of these matches.
Because I feel good. I really didn't realize.
And I already told
That's my only question about this, is just to confirm that it's.
the fence.
Yeah. That's usually.
I have.
Fence. Again, we're talking about the
I'm just trying to
fence.
have everything before we get started, so that's fine, it's not fun.
Thanks.
My mom could have built this fence for parts of the time, a lot cheaper than that.
Upstairs for the night.
Oh, good.
That's that.
Yeah, no, my husband and I both realized that we would really just prefer to be consultants. That seems to be where the money is.
Okay.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
All of you. And Heather right here. Did you ask for the money differences?
Yeah, which I think that's over.
I only did that to spend.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly.
So that the airport free. So that is included in that.
Yes, because the fuel farm is coming out of our fund.
This is general.
See how we, things
I
are
use,
approved.
no, I use.
They don't
Don't end up happening.
to happen.
I know.
Like, in my world, when you decide to do something, do it.
How are they going?
Wish you could feed it something and it would grow.
It is shooting for this year, so I didn't.
She's happy to say, because she's driving a new car.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like she has.
It is a nice car.
All those are being kind of like.
Oh, because they're so stupid.
And let me go make a copy of this the way that it's. Well, actually, yeah, you can take that one because you don't want that one. You want the other one. And look.
Yes. Here's all later. Lay those aside. I'm gonna make copies for me. The first page.
For everybody else. Copies of the page for everybody.
It's the first page.
Public safety.
Yes. Right, so Anne's gonna go make copies for everybody.
Microphone's back on. I turned it on. There's a lot of conversation going around.
Us?
Copies.
We're the quietest, shyest bunch ever.
That way, hang in front of them and start talking.
She might go up.
Yes, sir.
You have a solid waste number.
Point at me.
The microphone. We're just talking about the wires.
Yeah.
In the front.
I don't think you really can point next to us. I think everybody can hear me usually.
I can hear you. Specific. Don't necessarily mark out, this is mine, this is hers. It's
So on this side, we see the wire, the her wire crisscross.
yeah, her wires are always crossed, like the wires under.
No, I'll take the original back. I've got an extra right here for you. Get a highlighted one.
Get in those short little
I
buttons.
know, I know.
Maybe I don't know, yeah, the numbers do off.
Thanks, Christina.
Yes.
At least they didn't call you Taylor.
Hey there. Probably shouldn't be in that.
Highlighted this number for you.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but
So this is the date.
schedule another date to make sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly where we should bring it back to this meeting. Yep. Those are smaller than Travis Kelsey.
He's about the same size as the, well, he's taller, but what you're saying is we're looking it up about how his size. Like he's a little guy. I'm like,
So that's fine, no problem.
he's only 5'10", 96 pounds. He must be just really, really fast.
Better be.
So we'll need to know if your deadline beyond that.
Yeah.
The handles out.
And that's
All right. 10:12, we're gonna open up this meeting to be a public meeting for our first reading, 2025 budget, and our second reading of the 2025 budget for the solid waste district. By reading totals. 2025 county government, we have a total in general fund of $19,379,412. We have a total of combined all funds budget, $45,743,680. On solid waste. Part of the meeting up. Any public comment wants to be heard on that? Okay. None, we'll read the solid waste district budget 2025. For all funds is simple, so I'll read them all off to you. For rainy day, they've got $100,000. Non-reverting fund, they have $150,000. Special solid waste management fund of $717,343. For a total of $2,967,343. This is our second reading. Public comment on that? Okay.
Just a reading. You want to close this portion of the meeting?
Close the public part of the meeting, and we will resume our. Yeah. I need this. Yep, go ahead. We'll resume our budget discussion. You got it. So obviously budgets were different this year than in years past. I guess we can say that every year, but the key difference being county had agreed to pay for a wage analysis study done by Wagner, Irwin, and Shealy. That is WIS. And the data that we got back from that proved to be challenging to try to accept, but important for us to try to accept as well. So we got through a lot of things, going through the individual budgets very well. And I've got a punch list here of the things that I want to bring back up for discussion one more time. We put all this through the mill, but just taking some time to sleep on it, digest, and eat a meal or two since then, and make sure that we're all settled on what we've landed on. There was a lot of consensus to try to adopt this study completely and across the board to everybody without exception, so that it was clean going forward. There are not the funds to fund that within a single year and then add to increases next year. The average wage increase across WIS, and it varied wildly, but it was county council's purposes as a total about a 10.1% increase in total payroll. Plus there's some additional perf that didn't make it into that number, estimated this morning to be about $105,000. Okay. We've discussed this with our municipal consultants, Peter's municipal consultants. And the plan is acceptable. It is truly a plan for 2 years worth of wage increases. So to use really general rough numbers, 10.1% increase, our growth quotient is 4%. Technically, it's going to take 2.5 years to grow into capacity for that number. Otherwise, the dollars just aren't there. We had early discussion in our meetings about do we take a bite out of the apple and spread it out over 2 years to get to that number. That number is always going to be a moving target because of inflation and the competitive marketplace. So the thinking was that if we could tackle this up front, that would provide, in addition to providing the increase in pay for everybody, it would also provide all of that in year one. So while next year we might be, to use the term I was using in budgets, sitting on our hands because we don't have any money raises, and I'm just saying that might be the situation. I don't know what the situation will be. But it would get the employees all the way there in the first year. So that we kind of came away with as a goal to get it done. That's what we've learned since then, is that if we do look at it as 2 years and then having to grow back into that being sustainable, that it is a strain, but it's palatable. The challenge will be having everybody remember that's what we did. So there were some other little side conversations that things we need to kind of get through in a couple of departments. And if we didn't draw a complete consensus on it when we left here Friday, I just want to bring them back up and give everybody an opportunity to comment on them again. We didn't have complete consensus on the corner markers out of the perpetuation fund. And the question was presented about what that fund can be used for. Kelly?
One of the auditors this morning pulled this for me. And Indiana Code 36-2-12-3 can be used for supplies and equipment. County executive shall provide the surveyor with all necessary supplies, equipment, including ordinary office supplies, equipment, and accessories, furnished to other surveying instruments, materials necessary for the discharge of his duties. This is just talking about supplies and equipment.
Doesn't mention vehicles in there, right?
It does not. Well, it just says
Instruments and materials necessary.
necessary to discharge of his duties. Yes. It doesn't mention vehicles specifically.
Does it mention equipment?
Yes,
Yes.
it does.
So right now, I think what we charged our auditor's office was it was in there. I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with leaving it in there or what's other discussion. My argument about leaving it in there was that we got an answer from our commissioners that this is something that is being completely paid for and supported by third-party services already, and it is not requiring time and duties of the surveyors to do. But there is a healthy balance in that fund.
Yes, yes.
So. Any other discussion?
I was not in favor of putting it in there. I'm still not in favor of leaving that in. Especially when all those duties that could be partially done are being outsourced totally. There's probably some things in that perpetuation fund as far as equipment that might be able to be utilized for things in our budget that I think are being paid for.
I would like to see some creative uses of that perpetuation fund as well. We're talking about two different things, correct? We're talking about whether or not we take something out of the budget and put it in the perpetuation fund, and we're also talking about whether or not we're going to do the PIN and the, okay, I just want to make sure.
You were talking about one thing, we're talking about the 4,042 or whatever it was dollars that is allowable to be paid out of the perpetuation fund for the corners that we get marked. There's no further comments on it. We can take a hand motion on that again. Is that for leaving it or not?
This is for, motion for the 4,000, right?
It's
I'd make a motion to remove that.
good. Make a motion to remove it.
I'll second that.
Second.
Who was that?
Lisa.
To remove it.
Discussion. Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor of removing it, raise your right hand. 5-2. Okay. Just in general on the list, knowing that we have a deficit amount of, that's just some papers. I had that for me this morning. To adopt WIS in full. We're going to come back and this will be our final decision of the day, but I want to make sure you have both numbers, not just the extra perks that we factor. The deficit was 99.
As a general fund?
Well, out of general.
It's actually 83,474. What I came
Is that
up with
with
last night.
perk?
Without the perf.
Without the perk?
Without the perf. Well, by the time I got them all in there, and I hope they're all right, we're gonna have to double and triple check them again. I came up with 83,474, and I know we were at about 40,000, so roughly, I think, weren't we when we?
I thought when we went back and forth, I thought we were at 50.
We were at 53,000. So, but we knew that there was, we got the data entered. Yeah, we weren't sure.
So we're still at 83,474.
Yeah.
Plus. Plus.
Plus perf. So
Plus
roughly
perf.
$200,000 short in general.
Purpose, what, 105, right?
And then that, for the sake of all the work that the ladies had to do all weekend long, highway was put straight away in it for WIS? or-
Yes,
Right?
yes.
The commissioners and council pay, is it just straight per WIS or was that still left pulled out?
Council was in at no raises for your request, and I can change that if I need to. Man, I don't remember if I changed commissioners or not. I know I had a note from you to do it, but I can't remember if that was after I changed those numbers or before. So I have to check it right now.
Okay.
So that might fluctuate just a little bit.
So council was in at no raise.
Yes.
So for discussion, both of those, any other discussion on that? It was
It's 5%.
Hmm?
That's 5%.
at 5%.
At 5%.
Not at personal.
I'd still recommend council do 5%. They've not done anything for 15 plus years. 24 years. 24.
These actions are for councils after we're gone, right? So the conversation was brought up. Council gladly, let that go so that we could put more in the pockets of other employees of the county government. But for future councils, the ability to get people to want to assume this responsibility and do this job, which has become, we're approaching a full-time job. And I want to speak for our commissioners and say that is absolutely a full-time job. To me, they're a priority. They're doing an incredible job of investing their personal time in their lives, full-time to being commissioners.
And they have not gone 24 years without a raise.
No, we've skipped years and we've given them some.
Because we gave last year, correct?
Yes. I think it was 2 years prior to that.
My personal opinion, while we're still looking at this number, I don't know how leadership can do anything unless you could figure out how to get that under to make the difference, in my opinion.
So speak, sure. I think that it segues into leadership and talking about leadership as a whole. Leadership is not just commissioners or council, it's elected officials as a whole. And I think that conversation needs to be had to figure out where that's at. And because I feel like that is part of this conversation.
So as elected officials, I kind of broken that out of the EO conversation. That I believe the numbers they have before you are with the EOs getting 5%. Right, so what did we decide on council commissioners? What's in there?
Commissioners are at 28,659.66 right now, and without an increase. That's where they're currently at.
So the number you gave us for our deficit includes no raises, council commissioners.
Correct.
Thank you. We got clarity on that.
Thank you.
There was conversation in our meetings about EOs being at 4 or 5%, and there was also conversations about the impact of that on the chief deputy. Right now, that number that we have in there, I believe, is at 5%.
Correct, and chief deputies at 80% of the base wage.
Of the base wage.
Yes.
Of the chief deputies.
Certain chief deputies, right? Because we have two that are not that way.
Correct. And I can't tell you why.
I don't know.
I hate to say it, but it's true. It's always bad.
Sheriff
Sheriff and surveyor.
Surveyor fixed. Or is this surveyor 80%? The chief.
That's the surveyor's percentage calculated. was.
It's not a percentage, like, it's not a percentage. So you didn't have a chief deputy surveyor until just 2 years ago, I think.
One in that office, if memory serves.
Statute, are you thinking about the certified versus non-certified?
Right.
Or we
Or
go
the
to
surveyor
control?
pay.
Yeah.
Then,
It originally started
I
out,
remember that with
but
Rob.
then when surveyor left that position, there's no statute on that.
And statute doesn't apply, right, license.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So Aaron, what's the difference on the surveyors?
so he's currently making more than 80%.
It's chief.
Yes.
Which would be
So
because the surveyor salaries kept low because of this not being certified.
That makes sense. And then the sheriff's office chief hasn't been at that 80% either.
Talk about that one.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it hasn't been at 80%. And
Are they the largest department we have?
Probably.
budget.
So toss up between the depends on whether you just take the sheriff. and
I mean,
take the
everything.
Confinement separate and 911 separate, or if you combine all those, yes.
They all, I was gonna say, because how that works over there right now, right? They all, the deputies, the jail, and dispatch all report to that chief, to the sheriff and to the chief deputy. I was just curious.
Okay, so let's take this a slice at a time. EO's at 5% with no raise for council and commissioners. Do we have consensus on that?
No.
Okay. Discussion on the 5% or discussion on the council and commissioners?
So the old saying, what's good for the goose, good for the gander, right? I mean, we talked about anybody that is at or above the WIS would just get a bonus. Why is that not the case for elected officials?
Whistle, put them in at 5%.
But there is correct, but there is a study or a point of reference with the 2024 to look at their wages for the,
County back.
look at
The fact that, yeah.
the other back book, and not just to look at their own segment, but to look at higher populations. And we're at, most of our EOs are at or above, not just their population, but 1 or 2 levels higher. And I think being responsible to everybody, being responsible to our finances, being responsible to the employees, making sure that we take care of the employees and do what's right for the staff. It's not a favorable position to take, but I don't think it's responsible.
So anything you reduce the EO, you reduce the chief deputy's also. At the same time.
Because of the 80%. And I'm not saying that it's a warm and fuzzy feeling, but I'm saying it's, so you can change the 80%, make it 85, or live with where you're at. Because they're already, if that is the general consensus in the state, is 80%, then the numbers don't lie. And it's not taking exception to any employee or any staff member or any elected official with a number 2. It's just the numbers don't lie.
I have a question. Aaron, this sheet that you gave us for the elected officials, are these the same counties that were used for the rest of the study?
I do believe so, but I know that the rest of the WIS study also included other entities as well. That was in the large report that I have.
So I have a question as well, because in our WIS study, when we first was presented the information and started into our conversation piece, based on what I understood is that Wagner, Irwin and Shealy had recommended chief deputies for the inspection department at 85%. Why is that? Why was their recommendation at 85 based on our practice of 80?
All different counties do a different percentage. I mean, when I've checked with different counties, some are 75, some are 85, some are 80. It was probably just to get it to that market midpoint, and that 85% was just the closest percentage. But again, your elected officials, that huge spreadsheet had a very large range as well, and then had that average of all elected officials. So
I mean, the fact that Allen County was in here would bring those wages, that range. I mean, there's no way we're even close to Allen County. I mean, I get it that we might sometimes function close to like a Kosciuszko, but Allen County, I mean, that is a huge one that brought up those averages in this. I mean, they are second largest county in the
You're saying that's skewed that.
I think that when you talk about ranges and that we did the average of these averages are higher because Allen County is in there. I mean, it pulled large numbers. And we're still above except for in 3. Our coroner, our sheriff, and our surveyor.
One of the check boxes that I have in my mind in regards to the list in this conversation based on echoed sentiments from previous conversations from the council board and from our office staff is deviation from the study. We have to be careful. And I can sit here and say, Ruth, Rick, and Dan, I very much appreciate your guidance of let's be careful if we're going to deviate from this study, because we've been down that rabbit hole before and we were never able to claw our way out of it.
It was painful.
Very painful. We kind of come in at the tail end of it. And it's been painful every year having these conversations.
To argue a little bit of the, if they were figured on 85% and they give the EOs 5%, that means they're thinking when they did this study, they were putting the chief deputies in there and basically calculating the EOs. They were saying they were, without really going through and giving them a wage, they were giving them a wage.
Because they didn't give the wage, right? Erin said that she based that off of what the number was that was given to everyone to turn into their budget.
Where'd they come up with the 85% number then?
based off of whatever
For the chief deputies.
but the 85% was based on the 5% of the EOs. Right?
I'm understanding.
They gave you the chief deputies amounts?
Yes, so 85% of the elected officials' external average salary, that is what they based it off of. So they put 85% in, and then there's the external midpoint. We've historically always done 80%. And they're recommending the 85%.
So that's Wagner, Irwin, and Sheila.
But what I'm saying, the amount on that sheet, they didn't give you the amount. They based it on 85. They told you to base it on 85% of what we said our EOs were making.
I have amounts, but it's based off of your 2024. So it's calculated, they said it should be calculated 85%. Now, what you guys set the EOs at is completely up to you, and then what you decide to do with the chief deputies. You decide to go with 80, 85.
So what I'm saying though is this sheet does not have the number from the WIS study for chief deputies. It is based on 85% of what you set the EOs at.
It is based on 80%.
80%. You guys asked for 80%, so that's what we typed in.
I'm sorry, I was just talking about these sheets that you were given.
That's what's in there now and factored into the totals. that
Is
we
the
discussed.
80%.
80%.
So has it become two conversations? One, what we're gonna do for our EOs, and two, what we're gonna do for our chief deputies?
EOs determined the chief deputy.
That's the first statement.
Right, because that's, we keep
Here's our
talking about
recommendation
85 or 80.
Here's our recommendation from the people we paid to give us this product in front of us to review. And that's based on their recommendation. Going back to my checkbox, how much do we want to deviate from this?
So the way to move forward here, I think, would be for council floor to suggest motions, and they can be broad stroking, or we can make motions within. You know, we can handle EOs by itself. We can handle a motion for EOs and 80% deputies, or whatever that motion number is. However the motion gets made, so we'll come to consensus, because we spent 3 days kicking it around like this before. So it's time to get to where the rubber meets the road. And so I'll just overview the other touch points that we had. Discussion on that we needed to take a break before we decided. So auditor's office stipend and pay was a discussion point, to say the least.
Don't make me cry.
Fighting for a team. So, highway, whether it was sticking to WIS, meet them in the middle with the proposal, where we could land in any of those options. And then sheriff's office, sheriff made a request to solve, say, you know, a potential, I don't want to call it an issue, to adjust the wage of his chief deputy to create more of a gap between him and first sergeant under him because of the responsibilities over everything. And he proposed to us that we could, instead of making that new additional money, we could take that out of the current matron position to get there. I don't know if there's anything else. I think that's kind of the checklist I had come up with. If you guys have anything else that we didn't finalize in our decisioning, let me know.
This is just a lot bigger number than what I thought. It just surprised me.
Right.
Are you talking 200,000?
Yeah, I thought we were talking about 53. 53, they, but not, it's just a number I don't like.
We put money in rainy day every year. Keep seeing increases in insurance, which we fully expected because we increased so many positions. But we have budgeted for additional increase there.
The insurance, it's a stab in the dark. I mean, yes, I took the numbers to get you exact numbers, but you have the fluctuation of your employees and positions that aren't filled, they're just open. So I'm talking perf. Did I say insurance?
You said insurance.
I meant perf, I'm sorry. That number, because that's 100,000.
105,000.
Right. It's a shot in the dark when we
Yeah,
when
there's
we do
unfilled
that.
positions.
So there's unfilled positions, you have people who leave, you have people who start, they come in at a lower wage than maybe somebody who left. So even though it's 100,000, we may have plenty budgeted there right now. You just don't know.
And it's already handled within highway, within.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I'll make a motion to pick one of those off your list.
Second, to clean sheet of paper. Okay.
In regards to the sheriff's request.
Okay.
I'd make a motion to honor that request to take 5,500 out of the matron to the chief deputy, which would, if I'm correct, relieve $5,500 of obligations to the Guess we put that in.
I'll second that.
It just moves it over, right? It doesn't relieve it. It just
No,
goes from one line item to the other.
Yes, but we actually talked about funding that without removing it from the matron.
Oh, we did talk about that. Was that in this 200? Was that extra 5,500 part of this? And was it part of the 83? We were just going to fund it
Yes.
above and beyond? So at least 5,500 comes off?
That'd be correct, because I left the matron in at what she was at, and I left the chief deputy in at what he was at, because you hadn't made that decision yet. So yes. Well, technically, it's a wash, because it just goes from her to him.
Yes, but we had originally talked about leaving the matron at it and adding it. So if it was added, so we're not adding it, we're just moving
But I don't
it.
think we've ever baked that add into our numbers.
That was
I'm not sure whether we did or not.
Yeah.
We did not.
So I think
So
we're
at this
still-
point, it's a
That
wash.
sounded good anyway.
That's a wash. I'm sorry, that's what happens.
Wrong.
That's a lot of
I think it's
discussion
wrong.
following a motion, so we have a motion on the floor.
You had a second from Tony.
A second from Tony. Oh, sorry, Tony, I did not hear that. Okay, any other discussion? I'll add to the discussion that our chief deputy is out there everywhere. I don't know that this is enough, but he is doing a fantastic job.
The sheriff would requested more from the matron's position than 100,000. Just saying.
I would agree with
My
that.
personal request is this gets a hard look in the conversation of 80% in years, by the end of the years following. But it's elected, so things change. Right?
Yes.
And then you tie it to it. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. If so. Thank you, Ray.
Got one off the list.
You did get one off the list, good job.
There's a picture of it.
Sure did, buddy.
This list just keeps getting good. All right, well, we've got two off the list too, because we got the surveyors off the list.
I'm ready to move forward with the second conversation of your listing items.
It's like,
Take it. So the EO positions,
Talking about elected officials.
elected office positions, we can come to vote on that. Is I move to propose that we leave the 5% as presented in the plan.
Any part of the chiefs in this motion?
No, I think that's a separate conversation.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay. Further discussion?
The reason I'm comfortable with that is it's gonna be a 2-year raise. And so if you look at it, 2.5% raise for 2 years with the other people getting significant amounts more than that, so.
You can't guarantee 2 years.
We can't guarantee anything.
No, and this board's gonna change.
And further, I would just say that I'm not questioning the quality of workmanship from the EOs, but I am saying that we have got to be careful how much money we're spending. And it's not like these department heads are not being paid according to the data we have. They're being paid at some of the highest wages in the state already. That your constituency is getting nickel and dimed everywhere. I'm just saying that we need to be careful, and I don't agree. I absolutely, that is a fixed number in years to come, and it's only going to go up every budget. And there's several, most of them are close to $70,000 a year already.
And growth last year, the federal, we've discussed this, it was at 3.2, we said, you know. I don't know if I'm behind the nothing, but I feel like 5 with the fact of where we're at doesn't make sense. It's not being responsible with the dollars when our people are not underpaid here. I don't believe we compared ourselves to a lot of counties there. And being an elected official, some of it is public service. Not, I mean, it is. Sucks. And it doesn't suck. It's part of what we aspire to do, what we commit to do.
So were you proposing 0 raises for elected?
Mine, if
That'd be
I,
a separate motion.
that would be a separate motion.
Thank you. And does that include the commissioners and the council?
We've already taken over.
No, we already took them off.
Took them
We're
off.
making a motion about EOs.
We've already taken those out of the conversation.
I believe you guys took those out of the conversation.
You are correct. We will take an official motion on commissioners and council after.
Can I amend my motion made then to exclude council and commission boards at this time with my 5% and all other EOs?
As long as you're the person that seconded it agrees to the amendment. That's right.
Yes.
It's to include commissioners and council at 0. Okay. Keep in mind, we can call for the count. Might not be the last motion. Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table for EOs to stay in 5%. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 3.
There's 3, 4. And Bill.
Oh, yes.
Rick.
And Rick.
I'm in the unfortunate seat of not being able to make a motion.
I disagree. With how we operate as a small board, you are within your right to make a motion if you so choose.
Not let off that easy.
I don't think you should be trapped by that requirement.
They have made a motion from that seat. Not many.
I think you may be one.
I was there. I've seen one since I said.
In 4 years.
Yeah. Am I free? Am I seeing one?
If you feel it necessary, don't let that stop you.
It might be, but
So to Bill's point about deviating from matrix and how plain we keep this. If we don't adopt 5%, I don't want to see the chiefs get hurt. So if we're doing something different to take care of that, and I'm just making a presumption, that would be a deviation. What we have study. So just keep that in mind. I don't know how clean we're trying to keep this. Yes.
Again, I get very confused by that comment because that's why I asked 3 times about what is given there is a number that they gave or it's the percentage of what we set the EO at.
So is that 80% of the 5% increase in EO?
That's what we put now. You're looking at some old spreadsheets.
Yeah.
What we have on my screen right now is the completely updated thing. So Kelly entered the EOs at a 5% increase and calculated
The 80%.
the 80% on the chief deputies.
Right.
So don't even look at that spreadsheet
Right,
right
so
now
but
because that is.
That's what I'm saying. If you take that
But-
5% away, if it's whatever percent or 0%, it's impacting the chief deputies.
Correct, but it's still not impacting the study, right? Or did you give us study numbers that were independent of what the EO was? The original
No.
study numbers were
No,
chief deputies at 80%.
right. That's what it
The
said on
original
here.
study.
That 85% was strictly from the company that did the study. They recommended 85.
Yes, correct.
The percentage, but that percentage was still, the amount was still set on the fact of what the EO was. What am I missing? What am I missing here? They didn't tell you this, it's 85% of what the average it's 85%. They're telling you that you should make 85% of
She's
what
asking
you're.
if they're tied to if all of the study recommended it to be tied to the elected officials' pay. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, because he said we're deviating from the
Or was it-
study,
or
and my
was it
thing
pure
is,
market rate?
Was it
Right.
market rate for the,
right,
for their
because mine
number
is,
one?
I don't think we're
Or was it
deviating from
tied
a
to the
study
EO?
if it was
That's
tied
the
to our
question.
EO.
I think council's trying to get a feel for it.
Right.
If the 85% was
No, you didn't ask a
consistent.
question, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I mean,
No,
nobody understood what you were asking. No, I get it. I'm just.
So there's pay options, but we have historically gone on a percentage of the elected officials. So they gave an external midpoint based on averages. Because the EOs, it's too broad. I mean, you can't. So if you went on the external midpoint off the averages, your people are gonna be low. Okay, so they're already making over and above what that external midpoint would be because we're based on the average of what the elected officials are, is what my assumption is here. Because then it also says the other pay option is 85% of the elected officials. I will tell you, I know that counties do different things with regards to percentages. We've done different things with regards to percentages in the past. It's a decision that comes down to county council. This is what's being recommended. Go with that recommendation or you deviate from it.
And so their recommendation is 85% of whatever your EO makes. So again, I think it's two separate conversations. We decide what we want to give our chief deputies out of our EOs, but we set our EOs based on what we're looking at. I don't think it deviates from the study was my only thing.
And we just adopted 80% 2 years ago or 3 years ago officially.
No, the only thing we did a couple of years ago was get,
The assessor's office,
we got them brought up and the clerk. She was at 82 or 85. And then with the increases that came, he got everybody equal, all caught up. So I don't know if it was 23, I can't remember off the top of my head when everybody was actually equal then.
I guess the way really I look at this with, if they recommended 85% of the EO's salary, they are saying to me that 80% was not enough for that chief deputy. So they said, let's do 85% to get that chief deputy to that midpoint, which tells me that 5% that we're putting on top of the EOs is correct and really is low because they had to go to 85% to get the chief deputies to that position.
I think that's a lot of assumptions.
yes.
What are we doing here?
I'm not opposed to looking at a new
That's what we do.
perception of maybe we shift gears and talk about the chief deputies being 85%. As opposed to a raise of any significance for, because I feel like the elected officials are already, but if your number one is your number one, let's value the number one. So I'm not opposed to looking at 85%. And I'll tell you what, I'll just throw it out there. How about that? Right? I'll make a motion that we follow the WIS study to 85% of the EO is the chief deputy.
Where we already have it adopted, because we don't have it adopted everywhere.
Yeah, but maybe that's.
So I think that has to be part of it. I
Where
think
we
that's the part
already
of it.
have it adopted. Clarify.
Yeah, no other discussion.
Oh, I apologize.
Other than clarifying the motion.
I was just clarifying the motion, whether or not it.
Restate that again.
I would propose that we change the chief deputy to 85% of the elected official where we already have it adopted in the department.
At the 2024 rate.
At the 2024 wage. We're really going to value our people, value the number ones, absolutely. Not say anything, no disparaging to any EO, but if you really care about your people, invest the money into your people, because they'll take care of you.
Will you read that motion back to me?
So we have a motion on the floor. Deputies 85% wage. Elected official.
I will second that motion.
So
85% of the 2024 wage of the elected official.
So what happens if a motion hits the floor to offer a different percentage for the elected official?
So I think you
Of the
should,
adopted.
I think we should have taken the 2024 out. I just think we just do it based on the 2024.
Is everybody amenable to
So I'll
that?
amend my motion to fit that, because I didn't say 24 originally, that verbiage got put.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was incorrect to me.
Because that was a no-go for me.
Your statement earlier.
So he's asking to amend it, that chief deputies be put at 85% of elected officials'
Wage.
adopted wage.
I will second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Holy cow. I'll just ask the question, do we have any other motions regarding elected?
I will make a motion. I'll be the guy. I would make a motion that we give a $500 bonus or a $500 pay for elected officials in the 2025 budget.
Difference between. I will second so I can ask my question.
Tony and Christine,
Does, when you say,
any further discussion?
when you say $500 pay, you're talking about like we talked about with everybody else? Or when you use the word pay, does that mean an increase that is then there every year? I just want to understand.
Increase to the base or a stipend?
An increase to the base that, as opposed to a 5%.
That's what I,
It is
he's saying a
just a
$50.
$500
Wage increase.
wage increase.
Yeah, it was
Wage
made as
increase.
a bonus.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
wage increase.
So
Christina, do
Can he
you
amend that?
So,
do you agree with that amendment?
yes. Yes. It's just different than what we, correct? Look at you, this is different than what we talked about.
Yeah, we had talked about a bonus. This is being changed to a wage increase.
Okay.
Talking about a bonus to EOs that didn't get
Calculated in.
We had consensus on that. If people didn't get a raise based on the study, we had consensus on what we were doing. $500.
And that was in that $200,000.
And that was calculated in right there. $500 to pay increase to everybody that was
Yeah.
above the study.
That's ARPA funds we were discussing, so that's
It's
separate.
not, yeah, it's not part of the.
Separate, yeah.
Part of your numbers.
But wait, but now it's to all EOs in lieu of the 5% raise that's in there.
Correct.
We're still in further discussion.
Yep. Here we go, get it done.
Everybody. So
Box of it, I can.
coming into this morning, not only did I have the checkbox of how much do we deviate from the study, I also had parity as a checkbox that we look at, and I had fair and consistency as the second checkbox. With that said, regards to the WIS study, for me to be able to comfortably check off these boxes, I think that the information provided was provided by our department heads. So the recommended pay for our employees is based on information. So the reward is there. It shows in the numbers. Here's what the reward is based on the information of these job descriptions and the rewriting and the allocation of duties. Now, this is the unpopular subject that I'm going to bring up with this. I've heard great conversation about the pay of our EO offices, okay? That, yes, they are, and I actually have a ranking just based on the 30 to 35,000 population. If anybody wants me to go through those, I will, what our elected offices are. I feel that the fair and consistent part of this conversation and to be able to honor what's in front of us, this finished product that has been given to us, we need to also look at the stipend fund. Because the stipend fund in itself is an addition to what has been described as our EOs are paid well. Okay? But without the stipend fund in place on our EO positions, our department heads are still paid well. I don't think there's any argument of that. But to be fair and consistent, is it fair and consistent that we reward a certain group of people versus other people in positions? I hope that makes sense of how I said that. Okay, so done a lot of thinking, and I'm still at that fair and consistent and deviation from the study. And I think fair and consistent excludes the stipend fund, but includes the 5%. I think that's fair and consistent as presented here in front of us. And that's no deviation. So that box is checked, fair and consistent, and parity. All three boxes are checked. That's my input into this topic. So thank you.
So,
Very well said.
I appreciate you invested a lot of time in reflecting on this and given that time to be very considerate of the time, please. Married with the job we have in front of us.
And not to mention, we are asking, and the message has been delivered, that this is a 2-year commitment. So we take 5% and divide that by 2 years, that's 2.5% a year. And not to go against your point, Tony, not to go against your point, but Christina says that we got a 3.4% growth rate on cost of living. So in my opinion and how I think of this, the $500 doesn't even come close to a 3.4 or the 2.5 if we really want to get down to splitting this and brass tacks conversation. Okay.
First off, thank you for disagreeing with me and challenging opinions. That's what this is about.
You're welcome.
So thank you. No, I'm serious. That said, we took care of their number ones. We let them know that their people are important and we want to make sure we're all making sacrifices to the point, and they're already at the higher pay of anybody in their peer group.
I agree with that. However, we need to look at this 24-month commitment in this. And
No guarantees.
no guarantees of tomorrow.
But next year, the whole world can change. You can always vote on it.
And I know that's not popular to have that conversation of the stipend pool. I think at a point in time, the stipend pool was appropriate for what it was established for. But I also know of conversations that I personally have had that has caused problems. Fair and consistent with our employees and how that's been distributed. I just think to Dan's point of how clean are we going to keep it? How straightforward are we going to keep it? That's how I'm looking at this.
Yes.
So mine with the fair and straightforward,
Fair and consistent.
fair and consistent. If we're looking at what the study showed for the average for those positions, and we have people over those, we're treating the EOs exactly like we treated the employees throughout WIS. Right? We are taking this number here, these numbers here that were given to us by the WIS study.
But you didn't like that sheet because it has Allen County in there.
Right, which already allows it to be higher. So we look at it and whoever is above that average number, which is a good 80%, we're treating them exactly like we treated all the employees, right? The 28 that aren't getting raises, that are getting money. So if we're talking about fair and consistent, then what Tony proposed is exactly how we treated the employees.
So
I'm not looking, this was not on, we didn't get this till the last day of budgets. Where this information was provided, that showed what WIS had put together about EOs.
This motion does not address stipends. Probably another conversation.
Correct.
There's been discussion about stipends, not part of this motion. Okay.
Yep, correct. Yeah, I have the motion at $500 wage increase for EOs.
So. Ready to call for Tom?
One more clarification.
You want me to restate it?
No. So we voted to give our chiefs 85% of the EOs, which we have not. This will address the EOs, but it also is going to reduce what we're giving our chief deputies.
It'll bring them up.
Because we went from 80% is what's fair, we're gonna go to
Adopted new
85.
wage that we do for the EOs, so this will get 85% of that, so if you add $500 to the wage, that.
It's going to bring them up, but not near what it was going to bring.
No, you're giving them 85%, not 80% of their wage.
So even though it's
So-
a smaller number.
That actually will be a bigger number than 100%.
He's saying, as opposed to giving them 5%.
Yeah. Oh, that's a much different number.
Their number was originally calculated on 80% of this. So even though we're reducing this, we're still increasing it. I don't think it'll be that much of a difference.
The original number was 85%. He dropped it back to 80.
Well, the numbers though that are in there now are 80% already. That's already given. So we're actually changing it to 85.
5%.
We'll take one of the wages and give it $500 to see what the 85% of that chief has.
So
Is this-
that's 67,000.
Assessors.
That's 67,000. Times .05.
This is their 2024, right? Not their 2025.
Add 500 to it.
So if the auditor's math is correct, it lowers the CD's wage.
Fractional.
So let's run just a auditor's office example. If the auditor's wage increases $500,
5%.
85% of that is, of the new wage with the increase of $500 is what?
55,488.
No, your wage.
Oh, with my wage, $500. 65,281.
This is your current, this is 500.
This is current.
And 85% of 65,281 is what?
65,281.
So
Remember that?
Oops, I'm sorry. You get 665,000.
it's greater than what was when we did. So look. The assessment,
55,488 for deputy.
right? That was last year. If you took this plus 500 times 85%,
Is what?
and it's a jump of that. That's a pretty hefty jump, right? What's your current?
Yes.
If this number is correct up here at the top, that's what you asked me. That is that number.
So
So we need that number.
Any number.
I think Danny and
what is it's squelching the pace of the increase.
You're still
She's still
going
getting
from-
a very nice.
Correct. It's still a very good raise and it's showing,
$1,500. That's, no, a full 7%. What's your, right? This is 500.
So it's basically a $4,500 increase.
Again, I'm absolutely,
In just one example.
just one example.
Okay.
We're putting emphasis on the people,
So 7%.
not the elected officials.
At least on
At
this,
least not
What's that particular one?
I rate it on the assessor. If you do it based on last year plus 500, what it is minus, you figure out the percent, it's like a 7% raise.
So to Rick's point, it was a discussion about the rate of increase or that's not gonna be the word, but
Yeah.
not a direct number. Okay,
I still think that's it.
here we go. Good deal. We're looking at
$500 increase for EOs.
all those in favor, raise your hand. Read.
It was Dan, Christina, Tony.
Thank you.
Use the restroom. I got a man bladder.
Right.
TMI, Tony.
Sorry.
Okay, absorb this and we'll take a 5-minute break.
Is Cheryl still out there from the,
Yes, she is.
Yeah, you guys killed it.
Cheryl's still out there from the airport?
Do I have a minute? Thank you, Ken.
We got wrapped up in our thought and it's like,
Poor thing.
I don't know if they're ready right this minute or not.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hello.
How you doing?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right. Hey, and it's all about the money. It's
Yeah.
like that.
Yes.
Great. Yeah.
He's gonna get Tony.
We're gonna get started.
All right.
Okay, Cheryl, thanks for coming in.
Hey.
Can you fill us in on this grant request?
Yes.
Oh, first of all, sorry,
All of them.
we're gonna recess the budget conversations and resume the meeting.
Special meeting. Well, that sounds odd. That's what it is.
Put some signs together.
Good morning, I'm Cheryl Kelly, and I'm acting president of your BOAC. And I'm here today to talk to you about the grants that we are anticipating this year. In fact, I think we even have, Kelly, have you received the grant?
I don't think we have yet.
Okay, well, the FAA tells me the check's in the mail, so.
Nice.
how exciting.
Yes, very exciting. The first grant that I'd like to talk to you about is the wildlife perimeter fence. It's, the FAA has assigned it as AIP 24. We've been working on this grant for almost 10 years. It has finally come to fruition. The grant has been granted to us. We know what we're getting from the federal government. It's $1,867,626. It is a 90% grant with the FAA, 5% state. The state has already committed to their portion. And of course, we are budgeted for a local percent of 5% as well. That amount is $103,737. And it is in the budget. We've just been waiting for the grant to be authorized. The commissioners approved us to accept the grant, and we're ready to go.
Thank you for that. Just make a comment that this is something that Street worked on for a long time for us.
Yes.
This get done for this airport, it's gonna be making me smile out there.
But we have a huge wildlife problem at the airport, which makes it challenging. We have a dog. His name's Mirko. He takes care of the geese for the most part. The deer don't like him either. But it'll be a lot better for Mirko and the wildlife if we have a perimeter fence completely around the active airport. So we're looking forward to this. We'll be doing a pre-con meeting probably within the next few weeks to get the project started. It will not complete this year. It'll complete next year, in the spring of next year, primarily because we have committed to the preservation of the wildlife, of the wetlands that exist on the airport. Our contractor is not allowed to work in the wetlands unless it's frozen. They would put down plywood everywhere so we don't damage the wetlands in any way. So they'll be hitting it hard this fall, most likely, and we'll hopefully wrap everything up and have the airport secured for the first time ever by probably late spring.
So will you adjust your wildlife mitigation plan?
It has been altered, and it has been approved by the FAA. And you're right about Randy working on this. I joined Randy on the board in 2016. And we've been hard at it ever since then. But it was on the radar. It was on the airport improvement plan with the FAA even before that. So we can only lay claim to the years we've been working on it. And we're anxious to kind of get this one off the radar because we'd like to work on getting new lighting for the airfield, which is another very high priority safety project with the FAA. And we've been given good indication that we won't have to wait 10 years to get that. So I'll be back to talk to you about that when we get a little closer to happening. Any questions about the grant?
Can this match on our part is already in their budget?
Yes.
Welcome a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Mason.
Second,
Any further discussion, questions?
congratulations.
Thank you.
None, all those in favor, raise your right hand.
Now, congratulations.
Thank you.
The second grant I'd like to talk to you about is one we're calling the snow removal equipment grant. You know, the FAA gives and the FAA takes away. But it looks like this year they're going to give to us twice. The snow removal equipment grant is a $300,000 ask for a project. We're asking the federal government for in the range of $270,000. We are taking bids on this project right now. It's for an articulating tractor that will help us greatly with snow removal on the runways as well as between the hangars out there. We have a very large old truck. It's called Big Red. We are not getting rid of Big Red. We wouldn't know what to do without him. He's going to come back here and beg for another one. And just putting him together with the bubble gum and wrap and duct tape and everything else. And we are fairly confident Big Red's going to be with us at least, we hope, 5 to 10 years. You never know with something as old as he is. But the articulating tractor is a huge option. This will also be a 95.5. The total project we expect to be about $300,000. The FAA ask would be $270,000. The state would be $15,000, and they are already committed to it. And the local would also be $15,000. So we'll get a $300,000 payment for $15,000. The bids are due in on September 24th, and they'll be opened at 2 p.m. if anybody would like to join us to see how that turns out. So, oh, and that money, that 15,000 is in the budget as well. And I believe the auditor's office has everything you need.
Yes, it's already been through the
Boards.
This is just an update from Cheryl. It's already been through the boards and approved.
Any stipulations from federal for the usage of that equipment?
It's a gift. Well, they determine what is eligible, what you can eligibly buy. They wouldn't just let us go buy what we really want, but they give you a list of what you can pick from, and then we kind of figure out what matches us best.
Assume it's an articulated loader.
It is. Yeah. Very nice machine.
Put a bucket or a snow blade or whatever.
We're putting a box
Box, snow box,
on it.
pusher box, yeah.
Pusher box on it. So kind of excited about that. Again, it's on September 24th. And the final grant is an ARPA grant that we're working on for our new fuel farm and tank removal. We expect also with that, and the council has already approved, or the commissioners have already approved, kind of an upfront money for us. I think it's 331,000 in that neighborhood anyway. IDEM has started a new program. They are willing to reimburse us expenses for taking out the old tanks. They won't give us the money until the tanks are completely out of the ground. So we had to come to you guys and ask for upfront money, and then the idea is the IDEM grant will return the money to you.
At 100%.
Oh, well.
Did they specify that?
Yeah. The entire project is a $1 million project. It's $1,066,500. If you take the 331 out that you guys are giving us, that puts us around 734,921, and we are already budgeted for ARPA money in the range of, we have a balance of $756,000. So it's a little tight, but we think we can work with it. We had to delay the bids, going out for the bids for the actual site work until this coming week. We'll be going back out, mostly because of holidays and the information we were getting from potential bidders. They couldn't pull it together for us. So since it's usually a little better to remove tanks when the ground is a little more solid than it is right now, because we live in a high water table area. We don't want a lot of water where those old tanks have been. And we are not, while we have had our tanks checked as required and do not anticipate any problems, you just never know with underground tanks, which is the reason that everyone is very excited about getting tanks above ground. So.
Thank you very much for all that information.
That's where we're at with that. So we are having a board meeting this evening. Both of our primary consultants, NGC for the fuel farm and tank removal, will be doing a presentation tonight, updating the board. And then also Steve Kozik from Delta Airport Aviation will be here to discuss the construction and that sort of thing for the wildlife fence and also the SREs. So if anybody would like to join us, you are very welcome and invited to come out. Lisa is our advocate, and we certainly appreciate the council's support and her participation. It means a lot. Any questions on any of the three projects?
Well presented, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Hey. that, I welcome the motion to adjourn the special meetings.
We haven't act upon any of her additional grant requests or no?
We already did the second one, the fuel farm, or no, the snow removal.
Come forward.
To us, so, yeah, we're good.
It's approved June 13th of 23. It was
A long time ago.
That's true.
Fun since then.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember that one.
Okay, motion to adjourn?
Yes, I got.
Bill. Okay, special meetings adjourned. Resume budget conversation.
It was, I'm sorry, was it Rick and Bill?
Yeah. So let's stay on topic here with this and have some thought about a new motion. We'll be right back when we do.
No, I do. The ones that are.
Rather than staple. Categories, huh?
Okay, where's the purview extension?
You can tell them. So if you ever get them confused. Their prosecutor's office.
They should have some too, I believe.
That was. It is a process that she's supposed to clear, like, it says it down here. When people are clearing the ordinance, he's one of the, I just put, tag in there that said clear, maybe page 2, and Clear Lake, page 3, and Clear Lake, page 4. Once you scan it, that's what will print. Okay, yeah. Because we're gonna listen afterwards. People, so it brings that along, maybe you want to look at that and see. Now, it doesn't give any of the corrections in it, you know, I couldn't keep up with the corrections, but at least it's, you know, at least it's, right now, it's
So.
You're saying that.
How would you look at that?
Well, just read that.
How we got the actions of the past councils.
Times I would prefer to look at this.
Probably should.
I think, no, we pull corrections. Which is better than nothing.
Yeah. That's what they says. Careful. Right?
But we're not allowed to talk.
Oh, you're allowed to talk, but I think we need to be careful. You know, 16-year-old, I just want to make sure that we're not doing anything else.
I'm trying to count around and see if it's got this old like trying to stretch out.
She doesn't.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm always looking, I'm looking out for you.
They're all.
You're only the second person in my lifetime that's ever given me a nickname. Very impressed.
But she didn't cut you.
I love you.
You've got a strange way of showing it sometimes.
some of that.
I try to be consistent.
Go to middle school.
Actually, like Rick. I'm glad I didn't look at my phone.
That does sound very promising.
Is there another? It's my favorite. Like it?
That's what we get.
Mr. President, you ready for a motion?
No, that happened.
I already asked. But I feel like I should. I feel like it's a race.
Thank you.
And so.
Okay, so, no, go ahead.
Before we make another motion, can we have
A little more
a
discussion.
discussion?
Yeah, I want to give a little overview.
Okay, go ahead.
If you have something to fill out, great. So thank you, Auditor. She pointed out that in our motion about the EOs at 5% that died, the first one, made by Bill, seconded by Rick, in that motion was the commissioners and councils at no raise. So that died with that. Commissioners and council at no raise. So we have to come back to that. If we want to just take care of that in a motion separately, we can do that right now.
If you want to take care of it. Is that what you wanted to do? You wanted to take care of it?
Let's take care of it.
I make a motion that council and commissioners do not receive a raise this year.
Christina? The motion have a second?
I will second that motion.
Other discussion?
I will say this, I think that we need to be consistent with what we're doing with all EOs.
Whether that's a bonus, whether it's baked in. You want us in that pool.
I think it gotta be consistent. I keep hearing that word.
General discussion on, this kind of fits into that, but expense of this plan has been, we've been tied to midpoint, market midpoint. We can still honor WIS at just below market midpoint. And slight adjustment there probably brings that hit on general all the way down. So just,
Are you saying like what we talked about before, we're taking it 1% down?
yeah, so
It's hard to calculate.
it is hard to calculate, but it could be.
And that would take that 200,000 away?
And you get into the other conversation of, said then, if we tweaked it down to match up with zero impact on general, we got a little more room to catch up next year, but we're just trying to bite the bullet all at once for easy calculation purposes. But
Does that keep us,
we're going fully to market midpoint with this.
does that keep us within our growth quotient?
No.
Still there?
She definitely take the 1% off its.
Maybe within our growth quotient would be 4% raises. So, Rick, did you say you had a motion?
Well, we got
We have
one on the
one in a
floor.
second and we
We have to call for vote.
Yeah, she know. Okay, so, yeah.
You can say aye.
Sorry, yeah, no.
Councilman,
Yep.
no raise for 20.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 3, 4, boy. This is like
You
a
guys are
MOBA.
killing me. I'm
Some of
sorry,
the people
Lisa,
in-
Ruth, Christina?
Some of the people in this room were fortunate enough to be sitting in those meetings.
So what I'm hearing is decide what we're doing on EOs first and then decide if that's going to be an exception from council and commission after, based on Tony's consistency.
I'll make a motion that we include commissioners and council in whatever decision we make with the EOs.
A motion really to be made.
Yeah, it can be made, it can be added to every motion that we make until we come to the majority vote on
Motion on the floor.
EOs. So that's
What
the
was the
motion.
vote on the last one? For or against?
Against.
Oh. For or against?
Or against it, didn't
Okay.
pass.
I thought it was the other way.
Motion on the
That's why I
floor.
was confused about this motion.
Yep.
All right, so Tony made a motion that whatever decision is made on the EO topic, that the commission and council are included, correct? Just to recap this.
Yeah. Consistent.
Okay. I will second that motion.
Tony? Bill?
Okay.
To include
Include council and commissioners.
Council and
whatever it is. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. 3. Okay.
and that was Bill, Tony, Dan? Did I have that right? Did I say Tony?
Yeah.
Okay, Tony, Bill, and Dan, okay.
So Dan, just a question for you, so maybe we have some clarity on moving forward. Maybe that'll help our future decision here. If the decision is made to look at this, adapt as close as we can with minimal deviation, what is our contingency for the deficit? What's our options? That make sense?
Yep.
I think that question's looming just from what I'm kind of hearing of what's our options based on our decisions that are going to be made.
You know, we hammered through general pretty hard on cuts, so really there's some areas where we've got to maintain some cushion that we really can't touch as per the mayor's office because of timing, cash flows. That really just leaves insurance out there in my mind.
And take that out of insurance.
We're sitting on $5 million right now for insurance in the budget.
I think the perspective is with a year freeze, to catch up, you burn the 1 year, but you won't burn once you've caught up and you get through this next year if economics that are projected will come to fruition.
And it isn't an actual burn because we didn't touch any of the ARPA replacement. I think that's what they're talking about when they talk about insurance, when she talks about 5. It's because it was in 3 spots. And that's where you're getting that, the number she just told you. It was the one line item, the normal line item, and then the ARPA line.
put $1 million in the one line item every time, and then the other insurance line item, you're exactly correct, anyway. We increased by, I think, $250,000 this year. And then you've got what was intended to be drawn down first on the revenue replacement part, $935,000.
Yes.
So does that answer your question, Bill?
Absolutely, thank you. Anybody else have any questions in regard to that? Did that help, Lisa?
Yes, but at least, because we did hammer really hard on general. I didn't know I was gonna come up with another $200,000 out of anything, so. Because when we left on Friday, thought we were in the 50 range.
Last year, we burnt cash at the pace of about $770,000 and knew that the additional positions were going to be an impact.
We at least accomplished that goal, right? We didn't add anything new.
Yeah.
Did you just say yeah?
I did.
Well, there's not gonna be. Or what?
See if it'll be good. I know.
Do I get a motion number for that?
Yeah, I'll throw a motion up there. Since you said, I believe inflation was about 3.2% this year.
3.2. I came up with,
3.2?
I researched 3 and he got
So in
3.2.
order to at least keep up with inflation, I would propose a 3.5% wage increase for all units.
3.5%.
Yes.
From last year's 2024 wages.
Yes. Didn't like my 5%.
I like your 3.5%. That's good.
Okay, we have a motion on the
I
floor.
didn't ask you if you'd like it.
Made a comment there.
We have a second.
I'll second it, so if we need to have further discussion, we can move forward.
Good, keep this conversation going, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Second. Further discussion?
That was for elected officials, a 3.5% wage increase from the 2024 wages.
Yes. That just barely keeps up with inflation.
Yes, if you clarify.
Elected officials, they haven't been
He said
excluded
all. He emphasized
until we exclude.
unless we back and exclude them.
I still don't think we're.
Got it first.
What?
We got it first.
No, we got a first and a
Wait a
second.
second, I got a first and a second. That's
Sorry.
Pay attention.
I apologize.
Some rules. Consistency. If we do this, we're not being consistent with the way that we're treating EOs separately than how we treat everybody else. That's my 2 cents in it.
Treating them by giving them more or less.
More. We have people that will not get a raise this year, that will get a $500 bonus. Because we said we were staying fair to the study.
Correct. There was no study done for the EOs.
So is there an equitable amount of percentage that would include the people that did not get the raise versus the $500?
Oh, I don't know.
And the EOs?
Like you're asking, since they're not, what would their?
Since there are people in the study, 28, I believe, is what Aaron has calculated, that are not getting a raise, is there an equitable amount of raise that we could give them and include the elected officials in it?
Oh, so you're saying come back to that and include them the same way that we would treat our elected officials?
If you want to treat everybody the same, everybody that's not getting a raise. So if the 5% out that wasn't part of the wage study, we're just adding in and say, okay, everybody that's not getting a raise because of the wage study gets this much of a raise. Instead of
That's gonna make this number grow.
elected
Right.
officials getting 0 and people that were in the wage study getting $500. Because that to me is.
We should give parity again.
So roughly on a $50,000 wage, to answer your question, Lisa, it's a great question. On a $50,000 wage out there, 3.5% increase is $1,750. So if you go down your difference from salary column, you'd see who you picked up into that on a $50,000 wage. So, you know, how many of those are close to that? Got into 2, 3, 6, 7.
Isn't it counterintuitive of the wage study to bring parity up? And now that you have these 28 people that are at the top of that range, what you're doing is you're raising them to try to be fair. Right? Aren't you already
Yeah.
taking them? And that's all I've been saying about our elected officials. They're already at the top. So why are we, what is it other than is it just appreciation? I mean, because if that's the case, I mean, you got to stay within your means, right? So, I mean, if you're just trying to.
That's about appreciation, I guess.
Right, I mean, so, I mean, and that's
As you
great.
said, you want to, let everyone know that works for us, that we value them.
Right, but they
So-
work with us, they don't work for us, right?
Right.
Let me say this, Tony, to your point, is in my eyes, you know, their wage was their wage last year and they're living on that wage now. And inflation happened.
I respect that.
Could I possibly make an amendment to that motion?
Let's take a vote on it and then.
Might help.
Gonna get your second there.
I'll rescind my second.
No, not yet.
Oh,
Good to see whether you agree with it or not. Because we haven't talked about our council stipend that we have moving out there. We remove council stipend from the conversation and just do the 3.5% raise.
That's. I think it's complete. I don't think you can amend to that. I think we should take a vote on, you know, if it doesn't pass, then have that conversation. So let's take a vote on all EOs at 3.5% increase. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay. As we pushed and pulled everything from 0 to 5%. Percentage of this body thinking that we're already over the pay scale on EOs. I would suggest we keep it maybe at or a little below the inflation rate. And we saw
Thanks,
where
Lynn.
I'll make another motion.
okay,
I make a motion that we give EOs a 1.5% raise.
All or everyone except for council and commissioners?
Fair and equitable.
to have a second.
How much was it?
1.5%.
1.5?
1.5. 1.5%. Yes, sir.
I'll second it. That's what allows us to have further discussion. Is a second.
One second, Lisa.
Is it okay if I say something?
I was just gonna make one comment. As you're deciding the wages for the elected officials, and I'm gonna say excluding council and commissioners, and the reason being is because each board's, this is not their full-time job. This is your county government's full-time job. I wanna make that clear.
Thank you.
So
You had discussion you want to say?
So does that, are we still giving the $500 or whatever to people that didn't get a raise?
This,
that's a separate topic, but yes.
That's a separate topic.
Yeah.
that is what we voted on
But for
yesterday.
example,
So
a-
yes, that's how it is.
So 1.5% on a $65,000 a year is $1,000 raise.
So you're doubling what you had anticipated doing.
And on the last one, I'll just be honest, so I can be a little more vocal, I'll maybe move things along on where I stand, but yeah, I think saying all, including council and commissioners on the 3.5 was just a little more than I wanted to do on the council commissioner part.
And for some of our commissioners, pretty much, it is a full-time job, right? I mean, it is how many hours a week? It's crazy, right?
But the wage study.
Wage study had a 5% raise.
No, I didn't understand that. That's yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I just want to.
She's just saying the classification of those
So
positions.
for the commissioners, basically on 28,000 would have made $980 difference,
On the 3.5%.
3.5%. But I didn't worry too much about because their wages for council and commissioners are not that high. But if we only, by doing less than 3.5 or 3.2%, we're devaluing our elected officials, our POs, reducing their wage, and not even keeping up with our inflation rate.
Even though they're the highest.
That's, you keep saying that,
I
and
get
I'm
what you're
really
saying,
gonna,
but I'll go back to what I said a minute ago too. That's the wage you're living on and inflation happened.
And that's
in the book.
exactly how we treated the other 28 employees.
In the book, I use it as a guideline. I'm not saying it's a Bible because it all depends on who reported what wage to the AIC for that study. So did they report just their base salary? Did they report their salary plus all of their stipends and
Certification.
specialty pays and stuff? We don't know that. So as a guideline, I'll use that to give us a range. We're trying for a midpoint range, whether we seem to be at the top point of those that you're questioning. Is that really correct? I don't know.
And I'm not comparing it to the book, I'm comparing it to the study. And I never went high enough to find some of those counties in there. So I don't think I'm comparing it to, I agree, when I first came and had the conversation, I brought out the book. But then we got this. And I mean, we never looked high enough to look at some of these, right? So this is giving us a better picture than the book. Because it's including some of those larger counties.
And Dan, to retort your comment, 28 employees would tell you that you're absolutely right. 3.5% inflation happened, and they're not going to get anything but a $500 bonus. So is there hypocrisy going on right now?
We're all trying to be fair. It's just there's so many viewpoints on ways to get there. We want to be fair, but
I respect that, but I'm just.
Any further discussion? 1.5% increase all years. All those in favor, raise your right hand. 3. Lisa, Tony.
We haven't really heard from you. What do you think?
I think maybe we need to do both.
All the number together.
Because personally, I don't want to increase, me personally. But to me, I would first vote on whether we as a board feel that council should have an increase for next year.
So you're making the motion for no increase to council.
Yes, I am.
We have a motion on the floor.
I will second her motion.
No increase for council is the motion.
Correct. My comment would be every year when we come down to this and budgets are so tough. For 24 years running, this council stepped up and said, this is a little bit that we know we can do to make this right. And it set this position way back maybe for future councils and people's interest, but I sure respect what we've done all these years with that. Any further discussion?
Who seconded it?
I did.
Those in favor, raise your right hand. 5-2.
I want things to be.
See, leaving this board, trying to be the most generous to us. Okay, get something done. How about a motion on commissioners?
Still drop lines for stuff. My two were Tony and Rick. Correct?
Good? I still got, you can cheat on my hands too.
I think so. I'm just, there's so many died.
That's like low high.
Front page. One off. Phew.
I don't suppose our commissioner boards would like to comment.
I'm gonna stay in my lane. But I appreciate the discussion.
I will do it. So I make a motion that we do not raise the commissioner's wage in 2025.
I'll second that.
That's Rick.
Yes. Any further discussion? Raise your right hand. 6.
And what do you listen to?
We get something done, Ruth. You want to?
Yeah, now comes the tough part. I just picked away the easy stuff.
You've done this a lot of years. Trust your gut.
Ruth, before you continue, I just need some clarification because if, in fact, the decision was made yesterday to move forward with $500 for the 28 employees who are not entitled to raises on this, why is it on the table for discussion today? I think we've murkied up our own water with this conversation.
I mean, why is it or why isn't it?
If we If I'm understanding it, we made the decision, whatever, our last meeting, Friday, that we would move forward with $500 for each employee. It's not entitled to a raise, then why is that on the table for discussion today? Does that need to be a formal vote?
We didn't have dissension on it yesterday, but nothing's set in concrete here, so we can
Friday.
absolutely discuss anything we
Friday.
want to discuss.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I've just heard both sides here.
So they could be included in whatever other motion comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have it on my list because we didn't really argue about it then, but maybe where conversations are taking us to, we need to discuss it. That's fine.
I, for one, have not deviated from 500. My point was the reference, as you suggested, two full-time employees that are both doing incredible roles. And as I've always said, leadership isn't anything more than just doing another job. It's not any different than, as my dad would say, the dishwasher or the cook or the manager. They're all just different roles in one organization, right? So why are we treating them differently? So that was the point. That was the only point I'm trying to make.
That's the only reason why I brought it up too.
But I also appreciate your comments, Tony, but I also have heard you say that those employees are already at midpoint market value to where we're trying to get people with the purpose of this study. I've heard you say that today also.
No, but it is, my point, is that it's been determined based on the WIS that they are already at the midpoint.
Yes.
Just like our elected officials. It's been determined by the WIS that they already are at the midpoint, especially if you take Allen County out of that.
The
That would
confliction,
skew things.
the confliction with the elected officials in the study is this didn't include that.
It did, we didn't get it.
Right there.
It's this one. It's the one we got at the end of yesterday,
Friday.
Friday. Sorry, feels like yesterday.
So this is based on WIS.
Yes. That is what formula was used.
And who said that? So we can have confirmation. I thought this was just another spreadsheet that was handed out.
They're asking for clarification.
Yeah, that was just a comparison of all the elected officials.
Did that produce this?
Yes,
So that was WIS.
So this is WIS.
yeah, it was just a comparison.
Comparison, not part of the study, it was just a comparison.
Yeah, because when you have, when you look at the other spreadsheets, you'll have market midpoint and where we're at currently at, like, we don't have that on the elected officials, they just have a range.
But you said it was the same, it's the same counties.
It is not, I actually took a look at that report. So, you know, Allen County was included on there, it was not included on the rest of the employees.
Okay.
So like Cass County was included on the external salary analysis. I don't think they are not on that sheet. So there are, I don't know how many.
It just gives them a bigger, it has
So the
larger county in there. that's
The
supporting that.
external analysis for the salaries on the employees, there were more entities put into that. So you have multiple you have counties, you have cities, you also have like the Association of Indiana Municipalities, Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLR Compensation Survey. I mean, there's a whole bunch that went into that. This was just a comparison, an average and a range, to give you guys some guidance on what you want to do. Historically, you guys always have treated EOs a little bit different. You take care of them a little bit differently, same with SOs and everything in the past. But now we have the study to go off of for the other employees.
So if I'm not mistaken, using that is more of an extreme high because Allen County will skew the numbers. It will change the average mean.
Down across the bottom, you see the average salary within all those departments. Allen County's definitely skewed in that.
Definitely pulling that number up.
So does it help us more of an apples to apples comparison, fact book, and look at the counties included in our population of these positions and take an average of the 9 that are listed in here versus the 9 that are listed here to get a true picture of what our average is.
That comes back to what Rick talked about, is that book is unfortunately a little skewed, because that's where I
I'm
started.
not wanting numbers out of here. I'm just wanting the county names to take off of this sheet and figure out the average of the 9 counties based on this.
Oh.
I'm
I
not
see what you're
looking at the
saying.
numbers here. I just want the names of the counties that are in our population group. There's 9 of them. That makes sense?
Yeah,
And then take the numbers from here.
we're gonna be way over those numbers.
Yeah,
If you-
Well, that's fine. We need to prove that. That's what it is. I mean, we can sit here all day long and the way it's going, we all have speculation that it's higher, but until we see it, is it? Right?
And, yeah, I've been doing it.
I look at it for a county up or two as well. It doesn't take long to look at that.
You got everything.
I do, I even have a check. That's a surprise.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise. So.
Hey, what do you?
So if you're looking at, you're wanting to know which ones are just ours. So that would be Clinton and Davies.
Gibson.
Gibson, is Gibson on here? Gibson is not on here. Green is on here.
Jasper,
Jasper is on there.
Jefferson,
Jefferson,
Wabash,
Wabash,
and Whitley.
and Whitley. So all but one is on there.
What's the one that's not?
The one that is not is
Gibson.
Gibson, right? I didn't overlook it.
And I know this, maybe take a little bit to calculate, and I don't want to murky the water, but I'm just trying to put understanding to all this.
Absolutely.
Because now that I know that this was part of Whit's recommendation and the average based on this, which is
And I would,
market value.
And to prove your point, or to prove a point even further, I would even tell you, you can probably go up another population and add those people in there too, if they're on there. And that's still gonna show you even more data.
I think we just stick with what
He wants to just let it.
the 9 versus the 9.
And you have to remember, elected officials and their chief, they're excluded. So they're not thrown into these special little categories where.
I'm not upset that it's not on there. I'm just. All right, so new information to us down at this end of the table is, okay. Now I better understand the previous conversations leading up to all the 3 and 4s and the 2 and 5s and the.
If you go
When you
to,
look
if you
at
go to
assessor,
LaGrange County, which is 2 steps up. 2 steps up, and they're a neighboring county. I think that makes it a little more relevant. And you look here, our assessor's at 65, theirs is at 57. Ours is at 69, theirs is at 68. Clerk's at 65, theirs is at 59. Commissioner's 28 for ours, theirs is at 33. Coroner's at 21, theirs is at 19. Council's at 8,000 here, theirs is at 10,600. Recorders is at 63 here, theirs is at 57. Our sheriff is $1,000 behind their sheriff. And our surveyors, $1,000 more than their surveyor. And our treasurer's $1,500 more. And that's 2 counties up, 2 size population up in a neighborhood.
I was looking
That's
at
on
my
the sheet.
book. Why is the
Not on
sheriff one is different?
And is this based off base salary?
Because this must be base,
No.
right? Because of the sheriff, when you look at.
I do believe so,
Extra
because that
pay
is,
of either certification or whatever. This is base
that's broken
salary.
out separately. That doesn't include your stipend.
See where they are.
They had to use that.
Now I understand these conversations.
But this number is a different
I'm sorry
number.
if I didn't explain myself. I-
Oh, these are the
I
2024
thought,
budget, that's
we
why.
were talking
No,
apples to apples. So if I was not, that's
No,
speaking
no.
your language, I apologize.
I'm not putting a finger on any of it.
No, but I'm just,
So you're saying we arbitrarily
But it isn't. If you look here, our adopted one was that.
Oh, that's
Based on
right.
WIS,
That's his stipends.
based on WIS.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Ruth, I love hearing from you.
Come on, Ruth.
Twice in a row,
we've
I've
been
already
put on the
said it
spot.
yesterday. I think we need to be consistent with the wage study. But I do appreciate all those people that maybe through no fault of their own are making higher than what they supposedly are worth, and I don't even want to use that term, higher than the study says. That's why I was back to a $500 appreciation bonus.
I just changed the verbiage.
So with that, would you, are you in your mind saying for everybody that's already above the study and for the EOs? Since it's kind of above the study. Minus council.
We already voted on that.
All right, so can you just repeat everything you just repeated?
She can.
Oh, great.
She got it.
Okay.
It landed.
So we're talking anybody that's already making more than what the wage study says, which includes EOs, should stay at their 2024 wage with $500 appreciation bonus because we do appreciate them. Did I cover it all?
Yeah, because we already had the motion of council commissioners, so no. we're good.
True that.
And baked in as a base pay, not a stipend.
No, I said it as a
You meant as
stipend, as a bonus pay. We can talk, if that passes, we can talk later about if that's administered on the biweekly basis or a one-time. Whatever.
That was gonna be my question.
That'll be a separate vote, I believe.
I know there's a motion on the floor, but the motion is anyone making above the wage study, including EOs, excluding commissioners and council, because they've already been decided upon, stay at 24 salary, but get a $500 bonus. You're not baking it in.
Because if you don't bake it in, you're not pulling any chief deputies up with it.
I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what our motion was. Right.
Yeah, and the chief deputies will still get 85%.
Already decided that.
Yeah, whatever that is.
Can I ask that be read one more time, please?
Maybe let's have Kelly read it, please.
Anyone making above Wagner Irwin Shealy's wage study, including EOs, except commissioners and council, stay at their 2024 salary, but receive a $500 bonus, not an increase.
Not a wage increase.
Not a wage increase baked into their salary. Strictly a bonus. 1 year?
Yes.
For 1 year.
All right, so that was your motion. So you need a second so we can continue talking, right? I'll second that to continue the conversation and keep things moving.
Okay, Ruth and Bill.
So I'm gonna go back to my check boxes. Have we checked off parity?
Yeah.
Have we checked off fair and consistent with the motion just made?
No. I believe not, because we're giving them more than what the wage study says.
But we're treating everybody at the same way.
That's more of what I'm looking at, fair and consistent. A deviation from the proposed information in front of us. What's everybody's take on that?
It's a deviation.
Because it's an increase.
Oh, you're saying the bonus makes the deviation?
Yes. In my heart, yes.
I think we beat on each other and beat on each other and beat on each other, trying to match this study.
Might I ask another question? What is that to that $200,000? Do we have any explanation?
With the decisions we made
It won't
today.
correct it, it'll make it come down a little.
Not much.
Not much.
We've increased the 5% to the numbered ones.
What now?
We've increased our budget by adding 5% to the first. in line.
First deputy, we were at 80 and then we have decided 85.
So we've increased our
Now
budget that way,
little.
but we're coming down to, so it will come down a little bit, but it won't come down much.
Okay.
Rick, any input? You're one of them that's always talked about the rabbit hole.
This doesn't, yeah, with my previous motions, you know, where I'm laying on this subject. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. All's in favor, raise your right hand. 6. Okay. EO stipend. Bill, you got some thoughts on that?
Let's go through that one by, where are all they?
So there's
Are we talking about the ones that come out of our budget, or are we talking about all of them?
talking about the ones that come out of the council budget.
That's out of our budget.
So there's $1,500 in the clerk's office, $1,500 in the recorder's office. There's $1,500 in the assessor's office. There's $500 in the treasurer's office. There's $1,000 in human resource. And there's $4,500 in the auditor office. Yes, Christina.
I thought that
We
we
reduced it.
reduced it last year. I thought we removed it this year because it was going to be a brand new elected official. No experience.
Stone, yeah.
No, she asked where they were at presently.
And can you read through those again, please?
Sure. We got $4,500 in the auditor's office. We got $1,500 in the assessor's office. We got $1,500 in the recorder's office. $1,500 in the clerk's office. And $500 in the treasurer. And $1,000 in human resource.
Sit on my sheet because we did it last year. That's why I was not.
I don't think I should have done
Page 20.
You need 5 minutes?
I think that's.
2 minutes.
Go ahead.
I gotta get going. Take 2.5.
We'll have a discussion long after I'm.
No, we'll wait till you open the door.
Broke my kneecap. Because when we were talking about this study and the information provided to us, we already have our elected officials at the top end of county levels above us. Okay? And so,
Does that take into consideration the stipends?
oh, from the other counties,
Yeah.
I don't have that information in front of me.
Yeah, I don't know that we would be able to compare that.
I understand stipends, I hate them.
So
So is it a better discussion to have in our personnel policy to set a wage range for our officials? Instead of like,
I would much rather see a wage range for our elected offices.
beginner versus experienced,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
new to the office versus seasoned.
So would you base that on each year? So there would be a slight increase each year, or would
I
it
don't
be
know
a
how we
discretion
base it.
of council on how that range is applied?
I would welcome the conversation.
It's a hard discussion either direction. Because if you do it to council's discretion, then you're saying that we are going to evaluate our elected official.
I agree, Rick. I think there has to be a very clear defined range, like it has to be across the board. Can't be just
So do you make
discretionary.
Do you make some kind of matrix about they've never been in county government before, or never been in county government? I mean, I think you're just opening up a box there that just sounds.
Yeah, I know.
What's that?
That's what I'm
We
saying.
already opened the box by doing it in prior years.
I wasn't here then.
So
Your last year, you
We
were.
did it so we
You
could,
already said last year.
basically, we did it so we could differentiate between a newly elected official with no experience versus the outgoing one that had 8 years of experience or however many years. So this one didn't start at the same place as this one.
But we haven't adjusted that. Have we left those in there?
Yes, because we really haven't had any change up to this year. This, in 25, goes to the first year, which is real change. From an elected 8-year office leaving and a new to county government coming in. But that wasn't quite the same. Because they in that office.
So you want, if they're already have experience in county government would be your stance?
I mean, it makes us evaluate that.
And that's not anything reflective.
I don't want to, I don't, sure.
We have lunch.
Like for several days trying to do evaluation. Do you want one? Because I don't know if anybody's been in it.
Hey, guys, that's happy birthday.
Want a trigger?
No. The wrong thing, you need a donut.
I am getting a donut.
Good. We need it right now, don't we?
It's a little bit of sugar. I'm sorry.
Can I have one too?
Oh, my goodness.
Get my lifesaver.
I wasn't trying
I have one.
I forgot. I think you had some, but
I got something. Should we just go with the donuts? There's muffins in there too.
you want
No, thank you.
Okay.
All that, baby.
Everybody back?
There's cookies and muffins in there. I didn't know anyone fell out of that chair. That would have been terrible.
I just reclining.
Oh, can I save one of those red ones? My mints in my mouth. Yeah, those red ones are what I like. No, you can both get in the back on the next time it's the next week. You're still gonna be here for a couple more months.
You think?
All right, discussion on EO stipend. Do you have anything to throw at me?
It's the worst.
All right, so the question was asked of me about stipends. This direction could go 3 different directions. The intended purpose of this money was to reward longstanding elected officials and be able to adjust incoming elected officials' salary based on inside, outside, experience level, so on and so forth. And I feel last year that we circumvented those guidelines by rewarding a non-elected position from an elected office holder of the stipend money. So
That's an EXE category.
understand.
Yep.
So I'm just bringing it up for discussion based on the elected officials are well above average of pay. So does the stipend come into play with this, and we still leave it in play? But with that thought of mine is the auditor has $4,500, the assessor will have $1,500, the recorder will have $1,500. The treasurer's office has available $1,500 and the clerk has available for $1,500. I think we need to put them back in their respective homes. And I'm not singling out any one person in this conversation. I'm just looking at what has taken place and bringing us back in alignment for the purpose of the stipend money. That's my first part of this. Second part of this is we've heard a plea from our department heads of taking care of their employees. How can they, as department heads, take care of their employees? And so just in my mind of shuffling through all of this, getting to today, do we look at this stipend money for the auditor, the stipend money for the 4 other offices listed, and leave it in their hands that if the auditor's position feels that she has 1 or 2 top performing employees and wants to reward them, then she can take it off her $4,500. And there's no additional funding to this project, but it also kind of leads us into the conversation that's kind of a hybrid performance-based pay based on the plea from our department heads the last 3 days that we sat here, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm just throwing this open for conversation. Obviously, we're going to have our own thoughts leading into this, but same with the clerk. We've heard from the clerk's position, we've heard from the treasurer, we've heard from the recorder, we've heard from the assessor of the asks from within their office. So that's my thought on stipends. I hope that makes sense, and I hope it didn't murky the water. So there it is. By no means, I hope it did not offend anybody. It's an open conversation of a component of all this.
Everything we talk about, we're not talking about a person, we're talking about a position.
Correct.
That's the way.
That's the way I put it. Positions. I didn't say people.
Correct.
Is there any question? By doing such a thing, how do we roll that into payroll, and how does that even look?
From the mechanics.
Yeah.
You gotta assign it to a person unless you just make that decision right off the bat where it's going, right?
And then again, are you going to, with that elected official, you're talking about divvying that up, right?
however that looks.
Yeah, and
Amounts and
what type of
percentages, whether-
program would you use? Would you want to make sure they do performance evaluations, which they're supposed to be doing already, and then have a scoring? You know, which would differentiate what the percentages of that $1,500 or $4,500? Or just the elected official give it evenly to everybody? You know, there's just no saying. But it would just essentially be added on and they would be split pay because that comes from county council. Which I do know split pays are a little bit more difficult in our new system than they were in our old, but it can be done. I don't know if that answered your question.
Gets it in the right direction. It always sounds good on the surface. Sometimes it's not easy to initiate.
You also have to find more offices, some offices have more employees in them than others. So $1,500 for, say, the treasurer's office would go a lot further than $1,500 for the assessor's office.
If they chose to.
Yes.
If they chose to divvy it up.
Correct.
That's why I'm
Yes.
thinking, put this in the hands of the respective positions of the elected of these assessor, recorder, treasurer, clerk, auditor. Put it in the hands of them to manage and
I said I really like that, but then I would say our treasurer needs to be at 1,500 for the recorder, assessor, and clerk.
I think we need to bring that $1,000 back into the treasurer side of the allocation, and then we decide upon the new incoming treasurer for 2025. Where does that come into play? So that's just me thinking. I'm sorry. God, I sound like CC, I'm sorry. You rubbed it up.
One downside of especially a new elected official coming in, they won't have the option of where to put it as far as their pay. It'll only be for their employees.
It just makes it
Because
there.
they can't change their pay.
It just makes it there for 2025 for that office. And eventually, we're gonna see that across all offices. You know, it's gonna come around that someday these positions are gonna wanna retire and somebody else is gonna run for these positions and somebody's gonna be faced with this same decision.
So to Rick's comment though, elected officials, if they're not going to continue to have that money for themselves, that has to be done at budget time, right? Because you can't give that to them. They can't give it to themselves mid-year.
When we adopt our salary ordinance.
You're right.
Get into budgets, it's gotta be set.
So if a new official comes in, how do they even know who to give it to? How do they know the performance of that person?
I think, if I can weigh in on this, I think,
I would love for you to weigh in on it because right now I feel like everybody's staring at me.
no, I think this is Bill trying to figure out a way to ease, to hear what we heard and to give them a tool to get there, but we're not there yet from formalizing it with performance-based pay or anything else like that. I think he's planting a seed of thought for maybe the future. I think it's Pandora's box, and I think if we take anything away from one, we're taking away from what we just passed. And I think the original intent when we put that into council's budget was not to take care of more people within the office. It was to correct the unfairness that happened a turnover and term out. Someone with experience that's run the department really well, left, a new person came on at the exact same wage, with no experience. And it was just a tool for council to help make that more fair in our minds.
So if I can say one more thing, not one more thing, but another thing. The elephant in the room, if I can say it out loud. Take the auditor's position and remove $4,500. As well as take the $500 that you just gave the bonus for that position. Essentially, you've given them a pay cut.
Right.
So just be cognizant of that decision.
You can't look at it as the pay cut though, because it's not guaranteed funding versus the salary that we've just voted upon. The stipend could go away anytime from year to year.
But back to Rick and Dan's point, they've been living off that number and now that number has changed dramatically. That's a $4,000 pay cut. I'm using the position, not the person, right? So it doesn't,
I think the time to handle adjusting what is in place for that is at attrition when it's not going to impact.
Yes, like what I thought we had voted, I thought we had came to the consensus that in the council, the treasurer was gonna come out because we have a
So
new
that's-
treasurer.
My point is what I would do with this
Right,
is just
that's what we're
pull
talking about.
the treasurers. We got a new one coming in.
Inclusive of the $1,000 has already been moved to a position, not a department head.
I'll leave the HR position up for discussion. Purely on elected officials, that's what I think.
It's a double layer. I guess I missed that we were talking about other than elected officials.
We was talking about the stipends in general, so.
Stipend in general.
So I think I'm gonna make a motion that in the council's budget, the stipend line, we leave in $4,500 for auditor, $1,500 for recorder, assessor, and clerk. I'm not saying anything about human resource or treasurer. I'm just saying those particular ones.
My question. I don't have the auditor. That's right.
that encompass all.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
And it is, we read it.
It was from council's budget and the stipend line that we leave in $4,500 for the auditor and $1,500 each for recorder, assessor, and clerk. We can make another decision on treasurer or human resource on another vote. I think it's cleared this out.
I would second what Ruth said.
I'm okay with that. I just wanted to bring it up for discussion.
Okay, we can have discussion now.
She's seconding the motion so we can continue to talk.
This is not addressing the EXE position.
Correct. I'm just saying that part of it.
No discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand.
We have a unanimous vote.
We did.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. HR stipend is part
I'm
of
going
that.
to make a motion that from the council's budget, in the stipend line, we allow $1,000 for a human resource position.
Okay, got a motion on the floor. Does that have a second?
I'll second.
Can I ask a question?
Further discussion?
My question was, you don't remember the wage study that was done. That position was not because it was, or we had a number on that position. I'm sorry, we looked at so many positions.
Which question?
Did WIS give us the amount that is set as the,
Yeah, that position has an increase.
can I relook at it?
Yeah.
That was included.
I think so you're,
Was it in, it's in there, isn't it? HR is in.
Studies. Should have the auditor in here.
Oh, I think this amount, this one,
correct.
that.
Yep.
$2,380.96.
Yep.
Go that far.
Are we still further discussion?
Next discussion.
Should have had time to sleep on.
So, and this is back to where I started at 9:30 this morning with this. Based on the information provided, WIS says that we are paying positions within what was submitted by department.
Let's see what we got.
And then we went on down the line, we had serious discussion about elected officials and where they're at in their pay range. And if we go by information provided off, look at this and take this all into consideration, this falls into that category of where our elected officials are in this position. That makes sense?
All the way around the barn.
I'm sorry. This is nothing personal. Nothing personal. That?
I said, this job's heavy.
Anybody can do it.
I feel, I don't very often want to speak for all of council, but I think I'm safe to say from all of council that I'll feel very blessed to have the HR person we give. She's the tail off of this county.
Point well taken, but we've heard that.
That just make you feel better, like you don't have to apologize for making a motion because we all know how valuable Aaron is to us, right?
I've heard that case presented by other departments about how well they have performing employees as well. And so we haven't looked at those, went back and reflected on positions and thought, well, we need to add money to that based on how well they work for the county. That's where this is my look at this.
Because we still have another conversation to have after this.
What?
Right? I said, because we still have another conversation to have even after this.
Yes.
I'm just trying to get us there.
Huh?
I'm just trying to get us there.
I know. I get it.
Okay. Motion and second on the floor. $1,000 stays in HR stipend. Those big raise your hand. A hand or you ready?
I did, yeah.
It passed whether she did or not.
I didn't see all the hands.
I don't know the vote. 1,
2.
3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Thank you.
And
My two were,
Ruth and Bill.
Yes, I need to vote, but I didn't vote for it. Right. That was your confusion
Good
there.
conversation, sir. I'm down on my list of highway. You have something else you were suggesting?
No, that's what I knew we were
This
going
one?
to talk about.
Okay.
I knew we were going to talk about, and
Yeah, I
it was
said
going to
that.
fall into almost that exact conversation about WIS study or who's doing a really amazing job. That is why, that was the turmoil you were seeing over here, inside of me, outside of me, because everything comes out.
Start listening to Taylor.
Okay, so right now, the numbers we're looking at has them just fully on the way study.
Do we need to vote on the treasurer? Yes.
No, we do. You can line up the, so.
This, we don't need.
We kept that.
We voted
Is
on
it,
the
is it,
treasurer.
that's the confusion today. I thought we set it at 0, but I didn't know if we did.
We voted on that, yep.
Okay.
We voted on treasurer.
Yep, council budget stipend, treasurer goes to 0 because of new incoming, all else stayed the same.
Okay, that was the,
What
all
else?
right, I didn't have the full motion on that then. I only had it including the 4 offices, so, and treasurer goes to 0.
So minus is outside of general.
So sorry, what did you say?
This is outside of general.
Yes.
So I've got pulled up in front of me what was in the study. I've got this breakdown, and then there's that nice comparison sheet that we got from Chip in there. And we talked a lot about this the other day, in certain positions. Get your separate breakout sheet that's a continuation of this, basically. This is where it pulls into this.
Your meat in the middle.
You did? Okay. Let's see if we get to that then. Thank you. So this is a lot of hourly conversation and not salary conversation. Hourly rate. Get a straight time rate, get your overtime. So if you look over in your difference column at different positions like truck driver, foreman, equipment operator. Mechanic. Sign tech, you got three people this study misses from increases, but you got pretty significant increases everywhere else. You've heard from our engineer. I know what we're up against.
It's additional one.
What we're up against both from competition for other employees, but also what we're up against from a standpoint of strength of those funds.
The way it stands now, they are included in getting a 500.
3 that are out.
Yes, bonus.
Anybody want a conversation starter motion? Next item is the EDC finance meeting. So I did a little calculation. Came up with about 7.35%, the average raise in that department at West Midpoint.
Where did we say that, put them in options?
I was just looking at this page that Chip provided us, surrounding counties wage comparisons.
Yeah.
And talk about them independently, but he says on their 2024 salary study, but I think he's talking about 2024 salary. 2073 average truck driver. Moving it up to 2211 and then 3316 for OT. And those are anywhere from 3,000 to those positions are anywhere from 3,000 to $4,200.
All we're really talking about is whether or not we're gonna do WISP or if we're gonna do a hybrid from WISP. Is that correct? No matter what,
If
we're
we're
all
gonna do a
in.
departmental increase that exceeds this. We had a lot of those requests in the budget.
Make a motion.
Did that summarize what you wanted?
That's what that's what we're discussing, right? We're discussing these, would we be at all interested in discussing because some of the WISs are, when you talk about that, what we kind of talked about, that halfway, those aren't a big difference. Do you want to talk about it per thing, or do you want to talk about it as the full, like, I think we could talk about labor or sign text separately, and that would be an easy conversation because of how those numbers rolled out.
Let me make a motion, if you would, and then we could decide where we go to.
Okay.
I make a motion that we pay highway department like the WISP study shows, knowing that those positions that wouldn't be getting a raise would still get the $500 appreciation bonus.
I'll second it, just to continue the conversation.
So this is where I kind of told you all that there's a turnover waiting to happen, right? There's old presses, don't leave just yet. Working hard to get you some more money because you got NDOT, LaGrange, you've got several different areas, DeKalb, that are all hiring. And it takes a while. Even if it's a secretary, it takes how long to do that job? We're not
9
talking,
months. I think a minimum of 9 months.
and that's just for your world, right? So I mean, and I'm not saying just, but the point is, you've got CDL, you've got, we realized we had to move the needle in a couple departments, whether it be sheriff's department or EMS in the past. This is arguably, you could argue, these are first responders, right? And because there's a tree down, if there's a road closed, if there's something who goes out there in the dead of winter, if roads need to be plowed, who goes out there? It's not safe. It's hard work. It's dangerous. Recognizing the WISP study, I think that this is one of those that I would encourage you all to take a special look at for a special exception, because I don't know that we want to really look at a high turnover rate and have to reset and rebuild. Some turnover is good turnover if they're bad people, but if they're good people, I don't think you want to rebuild this model.
I'm just gonna say what I need to say. I have a little bit, my comfort level is disturbed when the approach is with council that they're gonna quit or else we don't meet the demand. Not comfortable with that.
And how do I know that that isn't the case in other departments in this county?
Exactly. I understand Chip's presentation. Just my comfort level was shaken when that was how it was presented. We're gonna leave if you don't meet our demand. I feel like we are being backed into a corner and we're gonna be forced into a fight or flight mode.
I think what Chip did was no different than what EMS has done and what Sheriff has done. Those departments are very large. They also have so many more opportunities for those people to go elsewhere. They showed us hard numbers of the difference between what they can make here and what they can make without increasing their drive. That same logic does not apply to all of county employees. When you group it together like that, that is my response to you when you say when we compare it to everyone. You're not comparing apples to apples. You're comparing an apple to an orange.
I didn't compare this to nothing. I just said my comfort level was shaken with what was presented. I'm not comparing them to one thing or the other. I'm just saying.
That was Ruth's comment.
Oh, I
I
apologize.
understand EMS that we had a failing organization and we need to interject what we interjected at the time, but that was for the purpose of recruitment.
And retention.
And now we're bumping sheriff and all those other positions by going with the WIS study.
Decisions were made back in 2018, 2019, before my existence here of the sheriff's department for the purpose of retention and recruitment, but it wasn't presented in such that this is it or else, right?
I didn't take the presentation as I took the presentation as, here's the wages. What would you do if you were that person and you could make $4 more an hour and drive the same distance?
I get what you're saying, but let's take it even out of the government realm. How do we compete with all private enterprise? It's no different than my business. Gotta offer as competitive a wage as I can afford to and try to be fair to everybody. And what happens, happens. The chips fall.
But if
You're not competing with private, you're competing against other government entities. One, two, if other government entities are paying that, then that is a basis of which. And three, and I, every time I say all due respect, this isn't about feelings. This is about logical approach to look at, is this what's best for the county? Is this not?
Why didn't the WIS study reflect that wage?
Now, I don't know. I mean, that's a good
It
question.
was probably one of their, in their analysis.
She did say that they took in.
Was it that in that study?
Other governmental agencies.
That was not included. I mean, it says Indiana Gateway for Government Units, so, and Indiana State Government, sorry, so INDOT would have been that. But just not INDOT specifically, the Indiana State Government. Wasn't.
So that's a factor if I'm understanding what you had just communicated.
That rolled in the highway department.
And we do have a hard stop, like, gotta be in the truck and on the road. Lisa and I both for a meeting in Fort Wayne at 1:45.
Good, because I gotta be there by 3 o'clock, so I like yours better. So I made a motion. There's a motion on the table.
Yep. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. 5-2.
Okay, I will go back. So. They asked for Wagner and Shealy study, if no raise, $100.
Yep.
And it was 5-2. Who were my two?
Tony, Christina, Dan. Okay. We should swiftly gotten through everything. Now we have just a couple last decisions and comments. We had to decide where we're funding the gap from. Take a look on that.
Then go one more thing. If I'm not mistaken, or has the salary position already been addressed? So is that good? We're good with the salary? That's not being talked about? That's good. So we're moving on? Okay.
Do you want any discussion on that?
I
Make a
don't.
motion.
Oh, I don't. We're good. Move on.
Got two more chances at this too.
Yeah.
Final adoption.
Yeah, none of this is set in stone until
Final
Now the
adoption.
Get another number then?
we'll get another number. So I guess we don't necessarily even have to vote. We just have, they have a general idea we're thinking that we're gonna have insurance, but until we get a real number at the end, right?
Yeah.
Anybody comes up with any other ideas where to pull it from? Or they need to know, we need to decide.
Who's your lottery?
Very good. Reminder that next month's meeting is the week off. It's October 15th.
I will not be here. October, I thought we decided to go too later than that. If you
Too
couldn't be
later
here,
than that?
yeah, because you couldn't
What's-
be here since the beginning.
Okay. So what I think,
'Cause we have
I think we
advertising.
needed to keep the 20th, but we needed to add another meeting.
Yes.
But our normal
I'm sorry,
meeting
I'm
would have
sorry, the
been,
10th.
our normal meeting would have been earlier than the 15th.
Yes,
Then the 8th.
but we needed to add that second meeting so we could get that second reading in time. So I agree with you that we had the other date, but we didn't get rid of your regular scheduled.
I need to know
October
what our total deadlines are for this budget, so we can get these to get everybody a chance, we can get all 7 of us there as possible.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had scheduled something a year ago based on the fact that we would had our,
Me too.
Yeah.
So we both ran into a different conflict. And I'd love us all to be there, so we got time to re-advertise a different date,
Nah,
meeting date.
there's no re-advertising. I can't re-advertise. Well, we need to keep our regular date in October, your regular meeting date, which was what?
October 8th.
October the 8th. Then we need to do another date in between now and October the 8th.
Oh, between the two.
Or,
yeah, because
or you can do it after. I just need 3 readings.
Well,
You can
it'd
do it
have to be-
afterwards.
It'd have to be after if you want me there.
Okay.
So October 8th.
But when we set, where's our sheet, what we advertised? Because when we set the calendar at the beginning of the year is when we talked about this October sheet.
I know, but it got all skewed when I had to re-advertise because of the, it's right here. I need this page. So
I think it's-
this was advertised for the adoption meeting. So I do need a meeting in between this and this.
You just took me out of both of them. That should not have happened. That was wrong.
That was big. Based on how it was set up.
it has to be
Okay, so Dan, when are you on?
I'm back on October 11th.
11. And when do you leave?
Me?
No, when do you leave, Dan?
27th.
9/27?
We have a meeting on the 24th.
I will be
Christina, when
at
are you-
AIC.
Oh, that's the IC. Gotcha.
There'll be several of us at AIC.
Yeah.
It would be whether or not there's
Okay.
enough time to do it next Tuesday. 17th.
Can I get back with you on, I just need a second reading is what I need. Or a third reading. And we have pushed it out before where we didn't physically adopt everything. Didn't we last year go to November?
So I have that the last day to hold a public hearing for the 2025 budget is October the 22nd. That was one of the dates I put in my phone.
Day, and Dan
I'm
was
seeing it
back on the 11th.
It's just,
Tuesday, October 15th.
I'm not here the 14th through the 18th,
And what's our final day according to your?
the 22nd.
She's got it advertised with DLGF.
I do,
Final
but
adoption.
I want to talk to George about that. It says adoption meeting, but it doesn't say final adoption.
You do it on the 21st.
In the afternoon or evening, because the commissioner.
Depends on whether it has to be the final adoption or just
Yeah.
another reading.
What I need is all I need is another reading. That's all of the totals. No decisions. I just need a reading of the totals. That's all I need.
And why can't we do that just next week then? You're not
Don't
going
have
to.
enough advertising days.
Oh.
Unless you've already advertised it for next week.
But the only thing that this says is, let me read it. Notice is hereby given to the taxpayers of Steuben County, Indiana, that the proper officers of Steuben County will conduct a public hearing on the year 25 budget. Following this meeting, any 10 or more that's if they will not. 10 or more taxpayers may object to a budget, tax rate, or levy being by filing an objection petition for the proper officers of Steuben County not more than 7 days after the hearing. The objection petition must identify the provisions of the budget, tax rate, or tax levy to which the taxpayer is objected. If a petition is filed,
We're not adjusting that.
yeah, no, but this date had to be a minimum of 10 days before your adoption date. That will be met. But I don't know that we have to adopt the whole budget. I think you can push it out, but I would like to verify that. I only needed the second date for a reading of, because you have to have 3 readings. That's what they need.
This is adoption meeting to answer your question to him is how can we have to adhere to that now or can we move it back?
Yep.
Towards the end of October.
Yeah. So I've got Dan's dates and everybody else is good except for AIC.
No, I cannot. October the 14th through the 18th.
So you gotta give me dates you're looking at. We're in order to be able to tell you that. to
Okay,
answer
so
your
this is
question.
Christina.
Other than that, I'll make anything work.
I am gone from September 30th to October 5th.
10-5. Still?
I'm not available on the 1st of October.
October 22nd is the last day to hold a formal meeting on the post 2025 budget.
That's what I see too.
Be in the AIC on the 24th. That's it.
Okay.
You're talking about Tuesdays. Right?
Yeah. So,
It could be any day of the week.
yeah.
As long as it's well placed for advertising.
October 22nd is their drop dead day. Because all units have till November 1st to adopt their 25 budget tax rates. They got adopted in November so they can have their January tax rates.
So is this a work in progress, Kelly? You'll email us
I will.
after you find out the
I
answer
will.
to your question?
So at the
Okay.
beginning of the year, when we did the calendar, what, you said we pushed that one back to what, October what? 22? 15, I thought you said. I think the reason we didn't, because we had that whole discussion when you said that I, like, oh, I want to move it to the 15th. And then you talked about, I don't know what you picked.
I'd love to have it on the 22nd. What day do you get home?
On the 19th, so I'll be home.
So if we had 22nd, and then you could have another one 2 days later or whatever that week.
We have to be done by the 22nd though.
Actually, I think you can close the meeting and open it right back up.
Okay.
That's Georgia.
Two readings on the 22nd.
So are you saying then, okay, so this is like a regular meeting date right here? That's all that was said, it just says your regular meeting date, so you won't be at that one, so would there be no discussion about the budget on that day then? Right, it'll just be the regular
Or we
meeting.
could just postpone the whole meeting, because those are the dates for me.
If we're going, if I can do two readings.
Yeah, I agree with 110%. Should we try to put my backpack on and not show my Please.
Okay? Okay, thanks for all your hard work, everybody.
And knowing whenever our next council meeting is, the commission said an ARPA meeting at 8:00 prior to that, so that, take that in consideration.
Yeah, so, and if you, we don't have any, that's why I wanted to cancel today's ARPA meeting, because we didn't have anything. So, and I haven't heard of anything else yet. I haven't gotten any phone calls on that, so. Just have to let me know what there is. We need to.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Danny, what are you doing? Oh, sorry if I hit you again. Take you out in my chair.
Yeah,
Thank you.
What are your plans after our meeting?